welcome to the live, guys. We're about to iron the shirt to get ready to look like Mars Bishop. So give it a sec, let more people come up in here. Like the stream, share the stream. Let more people come up in here, please. Thank you. Up in my massage, and I just wanna see you cry. Somebody needs somebody. My body, your body. I'm more check out quality, not quality. Somebody needs somebody. My body, your body. I'm more check out quality. Up in my Maserati, think you love in my Maserati. I see up in my Maserati. Up in my Maserati, girl, I wanna see you go down. Say me, I love the way you bend body. Up in my Maserati, if you love in my Maserati, and I just wanna see you right. Sabi girl no dey too like talk. Animals dey in human form. Body man nobody like work, but you must hustle if you want job. If no finish they won't fight us. If them they run them no fit catch up. I know they come say I too righteous. No come they come say you too like us. You no get the time for the hate and the bad energy. Come my mind on my money. Make you dance like broccoli. Steady green like broccoli. Steady on my grind, oh yeah, what they want telling me. Could deny my fantasy. They want they check if my tap be no wrong. But it dey rush, where it be much. Now they make my tap in the rush. The kind money we touch, yeah. It dey rush, where it be much. No be hype, everybody they crush. There's no darling with us. You put me jack butter, I dey go Ghana. You never touch, you dey come back fast. Which kind money we never see before? Cause hello me, got me feeling I'm the one. Ajay. I never take my cake away, Ajay. You can't count my grace. I just did my lane. You no get the time for the hate and the bad energy. Come my mind on my money. Make you dance like broccoli. Steady green like broccoli. Steady on my grind, oh yeah, what they want telling me. Could deny my fantasy. They want they check if my tap be no wrong. But it dey rush, where it be much. Now they make my tap in the rush. The kind money we touch, yeah. It dey rush, where it be much. No be hype, everybody they crush. There's no darling with us. I say it dey rush, where it be much. Now gonna make my tap in the rush. The kind money we touch. It dey rush, where it be much. No be hype, everybody they crush. There's no darling with us. There's no darling. Oh yes, I'm on energy, yeah, well. Heal up. Chat was really good. Trying to iron that shit in the bag, but unfortunately,
not going through right now, and the show must continue. So y'all will get a better representation of Maurice Bishop another day. Another day for Maurice Bishop. Okay? Okay, but still the show must continue. Okay. Welcome to the Reppin' the Green show. Welcome again to another Reppin' the Greens a ton stream on Twitch. I think it takes a while for me to speak it fluently, but I'm getting there. More practice, you know what I'm saying? But all you realize this is what I love to do, right? Consistency, persistence, timing is everything when it comes to, doing this type of content. So hopefully the 7 people inside here right now could like the video, sub up if you already, if you haven't already, sorry. If you're watching this on Twitch, hit the subscribe. Thank you for the comments. If you're commenting right now, I hear some tingling going off. You know what I'm saying? I hear some tingling going off. Let me see who commenting. Again, if you're watching on YouTube, hit the like button, subscribe, turn on post notifications. Take part in the challenges. Leave a comment, get a shout out, get your name on the yellow cards, on the yellow paper, sticky paper. Put it on the wall, on the studio wall. You know what I'm saying? That is it. Please hit the like video. Please hit the thumbs up on this video. What's going on right now? Does it sound like I'm tired? I'm not tired. I just listen to some music, getting hyped, getting pumped up. You know what I'm saying? Getting real pumped up for this stream. Because again, earlier on, while I was streaming, I decided to wear this mask, made from Grenada scarf or whatever. You know what I'm saying? Thinking I would get everybody to, like, sub up, share, do whatever it takes to, Thank you for the 3 likes. Thank you. Who is here? Chanel Luna. Hail up. Hello, my name is Luna. Hi, Luna. Indonesian. Okay, you're Indonesian. Nice to meet you. I'm Grenadian. Okay? Saya Diri Indonesia. Sera Muya Mayu Pergi Dulu Ya. Hi, Topang Steel Top Pandy. Whoa, we have some people to put up on the wall tonight. Woo! Turn up. Yes. Can you sing Die With Me? Die With a Smile? Can you sing Die With a Smile? Can you come on and sing Die With a Smile? Can you join the live and sing Die With a Smile? Because I don't know how to sing Die With a Smile. But yo, we have some people who had definitely subbed up, liked the video, and commented, and I'm going to put your names up on the studio desk on the wall basically. So everyone can see it when they come in the stream, alright? W's in the chat. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I'm from what? Pipili's? Pipininis. I'm from to Pipininis. I'm from to Pipininis. What the hell is Pipininis? I'm from to Pipininis. Oh my goodness. You're from to Pipininis. I don't know where that is though. I don't know where Pipininis is. Where is Pipininis? Pipininis. Where is that? Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Oh. Philippines. You're from the Philippines. Welcome to the Reppin' the Green Show. Welcome to the Twitch live stream. Reppin' the Greens a ton. Welcome. Wow. It's such a pleasure to have you here in the chat from the Philippines. Wow. We have a Philippines getting big up, getting shout out. And I'm friend of America. Yay, America. Yay, America. I am friend of America too. I'm in Grenada, by the way. I'm in Grenada in the West Indies, Caribbean. The flag is there because majority of my followers are Americans. So thank you for welcome and thank you. First person name to go down on the board is Chanel Luna. Hi, hello, welcome. Chanel Luna. Why I was going to put Luna Chanel? I don't know. I put L first. That's weird. Chanel Luna. I'll just put it on the side. I'll just put this to the side. Let me put this to the side. Shout out to Chanel Luna and shout out to Topang Steel Top Pandy. I can share to Japan. Yay. Of course, share to Japan. Why not? Shout out to Japan. Like this pen not working. What's going on with my pen today? What's going on with my pen, chat? Oh, this is wrong, you know. Let me see. Jeez. That can't be right. BTE. Bye. No, don't go yet. Let me put your name up first. Hold on. Before you go, let me put your name up first. But first, let me put C. Chanel Luna first. Thank you for the likes. Thank you for the likes. I might have to write some of these over because I don't like the handwriting. Chanel Luna, your name goes here. And we have, before you go, ma'am, I'm writing your name. Your name is Topang. Topang Steel Pan. Pandy. Wow, that's a long name. Topang Steel Pan, Pandy, Chanel Luna, Shawnee Roofing, Dread Shots 473. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Appreciate all the likes, all the comments, all the subscribes. Thank you for turning on post notifications today, yesterday, and tomorrow. You know what I'm saying? Let's get into it. Let's get into it. Let's get into it, chat. Who's ready? Who's ready? If you're ready for what we're gonna do next, let me know. If you know what I'm going to do, let me know. If you know what the next part of this live stream is all about, let me know. Because we're gonna turn it up. We're gonna turn it up now. First of all, let me introduce y'all to the challenges, right? Every subscriber who likes the video, leaves a comment, gets their name written on the studio wall like I just did with Chanel Luna and Top Pan, Steel Pan, Pandy, right? They all had liked the video, comment, subscribe, and had their notifications turned on. And so can you. You can do the same thing and get your name on the wall. Thank you. Also, you know, I would like to compete with another artist. So look out for that. I'll be competing with another artist when I reach 1,500 subs. Right? Another goal I want to set is when I reach 1,450, I want to be able to teach one of the subscribers how to make some of the craft. Okay? So, whether it be virtual or in the studio, I want to invite one of you guys to learn how to make some of the craft, and you know what I'm saying, hopefully we could learn, we could grow, we could be able to grow that way as well, right? That is it. So guys, the third challenge, make sure and make a donation during the stream. The PayPal is Greens Era GD. I'll type it in. My only PayPal is at Greens Era GD. So once you make a donation during the stream, I will make a bracelet specially for you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I wonder if I could pin you. Can I pin him? No, I can't pin him right here. Yes, so we continue, and as we continue the stream, hit the like button, turn on post notifications, and let's start. Let's start. Bada boom, bada bye, bada boo, bada bye. Yada dee da da da. Yada dee da. Alright, come on now. What's up? What's poppin'? Boom. Can you hear me? Everything clear? Everything good? Um, How you feeling? How was your day, chat? How was your day? How was your day, chat? Talk to me. Yes. Yes, 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 yes. Seeing a lot of things in it. What's this? Oh. Let's go. Are you ready? Are you ready, chat? Let me fix this. Okay, okay, we ready. YouTube. How about YouTube? YouTube is not ready. No. YouTube is not ready yet. Let me fix YouTube and then we shall proceed. Let's proceed. Let's proceed. Oh, I see. What is this? What is it? What is this? Is this a joke? 700 customers today. Simplified business finance. Like, nah. You good. This monkey and we good. Looking. Greetings, greetings. Nice, nice, nice. Sorry, let me get my headphones, bro. Oh. No. Oh. Hi.
Hi,
Welcome.
welcome.
How are you
How are you
feeling
feeling
today?
today?
I
I
thought she
thought she
had
had
energy.
energy.
Didn't
Didn't
she
she
have
have
the
the
energy?
energy?
What
What
happened to
happened to
the
the
energy?
energy?
What's
What's
up
up
with the
with the
energy?
energy? Hello, that's my name.
Hi.
Hi,
Welcome, welcome to
welcome
the
to the
Gucci of the
Gucci of the
Caribbean.
Caribbean.
زي الخرا كأنه سجن.
Okay then,
Interesting.
interesting.
Hello.
Heal up.
It's
It's
really
really
good.
good.
You're
You're
live on
live on
YouTube,
YouTube,
homeboy.
homeboy.
How you
How you
feeling
feeling
today?
today?
How was
How
your
was
day,
your day,
bro?
bro?
It was good. How was yours?
Hey,
Hey,
this is
this
the
is the
second
second
time I'm
time I'm
doing
doing
this
this
live
live
stream,
stream,
and
and
so
so
far
far
so
so
good.
good.
Practicing to
Practicing to
be
be
as
as
good
good
as
as
my
my
favorite
favorite
YouTuber,
YouTuber,
Speed.
Speed.
I
I
show
show
Speed.
Speed.
Oh,
That's
That's
what's
what's
up.
up.
So
So
guess
guess
what?
what?
My
My
YouTube
YouTube
channel
channel
is
is
Green's
Green's
Era.
Era.
If I
If I
could
could
get you
get
to
you to
come
come
over
over
and
and
subscribe,
subscribe,
that'd
that'd
be
be
super,
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 super
super
cool.
cool.
how many subscribers you got?
I got
I got
over a
over a
thousand, but
thousand, but
I
I
need
need
more.
more.
Can I
Can I
type it
type it
in?
in?
Can I
Can I
like
like
type it
type
in
it in
for you
for
and you
you
can
and you can
find it?
find
It's
it? It's
called
called
Green's
Green's
Era.
Era.
Oh
Oh
shit, he
shit, he
gone.
gone.
Yeah.
Yo,
Did you
did you
go,
go,
bro?
bro?
Like
Like,
what
what
happened?
happened? What?
Heal
Heal
up.
up.
Something
Something is
is good.
good.
What's good?
What's good?
What's up, player?
Playing,
Not
Playing,
playing,
much.
playing,
playing on
playing
YouTube.
on
Trust me,
YouTube.
I'm just
Trust me,
playing
I'm
on
just
YouTube.
playing on
I have
YouTube. I
like
have like
I'm
I'm
streaming
You
right
say
streaming
you're
now.
right
playing
now.
chess?
That would
You
be
playing
That
cool.
would be
chess?
cool.
No, but I'm just
No, but I'm
streaming
just
actually. I'm
streaming
streaming
actually.
on
I'm
YouTube.
streaming on YouTube.
You just streaming on YouTube? All right,
Streaming on
Streaming on
Twitch
Twitch
as
that's
as
well
well
cool.
too.
too.
I'm
I'm
a
a
Twitch
Twitch
and
and
YouTube
YouTube
You
streamer.
streamer.
you finding them shouties?
Well, I'm
Well,
trying to get
I'm
as much
trying to get as much
subscribers as
subscribers
possible.
as
Yes,
possible. Yes,
do
shorties
come
do
with
come
it,
with it,
and
and
that
that
makes
makes
it
it
even
even
more
more
fun.
fun.
You know
You
what
know what
I'm
I'm
saying?
saying?
You
It
dig?
is.
So
So
I'm
I'm
having
It
too
having too
much
always
much
fun.
does,
fun.
right?
Exactly. You
Exactly. You
dig?
dig?
Yeah, I dig, dude.
I guess
I
you
guess
are
you
here
are in here
looking for
looking
some
for
Oh,
as
some as
well.
well.
I'm just drunk. I'll tell you that much. I'm just drunk.
Interesting.
I
Interesting.
don't care what I find.
Junk off
Drunk off
what?
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 What are you drinking?
What are you
What are you
drinking?
drinking?
Oh, wow. What am I drinking? I don't remember. It's somewhere around here. Fuck.
Oh
Oh
my
my
goodness.
goodness.
Vodka. Vodka's. It's somewhere around here. I just can't find it. So
Interesting.
Interesting.
fuck it.
Interesting.
I don't
Interesting.
care.
Vodka.
Vodka.
Well,
Well,
listen.
listen.
Big ups
Big
to
ups to
You
you.
look
you.
so
And
happy.
Yeah,
What?
yeah,
I
I
am
am
happy.
happy.
I'm the
I'm the
happiest
happiest
guy
guy
alive,
alive,
and
and
you
you
are
are
too.
too. I'm glad I
You
could.
look happy as fuck.
I glad I could,
meet
meet
up
a
brother,
brother, as happy,
as
as
happy
happy
as
as
I
Where
I
am.
am,
you
bro.
I'm
I'm
in
in
Where are you
Grenada in
Grenada
the
in
from,
the
bro?
Caribbean.
Caribbean.
Grenada in the
Grenada in the
Caribbean.
Caribbean.
You're in the Caribbean?
Yes,
Yes,
Yeah?
sir.
sir.
Yes,
Yes,
Okay.
sir.
sir.
Damn. You must be. Oh man. I wish I was there. And we
Hey,
got,
Hey,
hey, bro, it's like negative 20 degrees here. It's so bad.
oh
oh
my
my
Like,
goodness.
goodness.
you,
But you're
But you're
yeah,
making
making it.
it.
Look,
Look at
look at
you in
you
your
in your
little
little
uh
uh
like
like
little
little
shirt.
shirt.
You know what
You
I'm
know what I'm
saying? You're
saying?
in
You're
your
in your
little
little
shirt.
shirt.
And it's
It's
22
22
degrees
degrees
outside.
outside.
That's
That's
crazy.
crazy.
dude, it's so bad. It's so bad. But yeah, I'm managing. I just don't go outside for the most part. Fuck
Makes
Makes
sense.
sense.
Makes
that.
Makes
sense.
sense.
Makes
Makes
sense. So
sense. So
how do
how
you
do you
make a
make a
living?
living?
How do
How do
you
you
like? What do
what
you
do you
do
do
inside the
inside
whole
whole
day?
day?
Well, I'm living in poverty right now. Um, What else do I say? I almost had a job today, but I'm close. I'm close to a job. It's just some basic shit, you know. I'm not making a living. Even if I get a job, I'm not making a living. I'm not doing what I want to do, you know. Like that's not there yet, but you know,
I
I
understand.
what do you
understand
do?
totally.
For me,
For me,
What do you do?
for me, well,
well,
I'm a
I'm a
YouTube streamer,
YouTube
as I
streamer, as I
said.
said.
I make
I make
content
content
and
and
I
I
promote
promote
my
my
business.
business.
Um,
Um,
well,
well,
I
I
teach
teach
basically
basically
how to
how to
make
make
some of
some
the
of the
handmade
handmade
craft,
craft,
DIY
DIY
to
to
do
do
DIY
DIY
tutorials. I
tutorials. I
try to
try to
teach how
teach
to
how to
make
make
some of
some of
them,
them,
and I
and I
sell
sell
them
them
Okay.
as
well.
well.
You know,
You know,
so I
so I
sell
sell
them
them
and I
and I
teach
teach
them.
them.
I
I
use the
use the
platforms.
What is your tutorial for? What is it for?
My
My
tutorials
tutorials
is
is
for
for
sustainable
sustainable
jewelry.
jewelry.
Like I
Like I
make
make
handmade
handmade
Oh,
accessories
accessories
using
using
sustainable
sustainable
materials.
nice.
materials.
All right.
The
The
name of
name
the
of the
Does
brand
brand
it
is
is
does
Green
it
Green
pay
Material
good?
Material
Like,
Apparel.
Apparel.
does it just like is it based on stream on how many people stream you or like watch your videos basically?
Well,
Well,
for
for
me,
me,
I
I
it's a
it's a
brand.
brand.
I
I
sell
sell
the
the
merchandise
merchandise
as
as
the
the
Gucci of the
Gucci of the
Caribbean.
Caribbean.
So
So
it's
it's
more
more
than
than
just
just
about the
about the
content.
content.
As
As
I
I
said,
said,
Yeah.
it's
it's
more
more
about
about
just
just
giving
giving
away
away
my
my
little
little
secrets on
secrets
how
on
to
how to
make
make
the
the
jewelry, the
jewelry, the
accessories,
accessories,
right?
right?
So as
So
I
as I
said,
Yeah.
said,
I do
I do
pop up
pop up
shops,
shops,
just like
just like
any
any
other
other
brand.
brand.
Pop up
Pop up
shops
shops
in
in
the
the
bars,
bars,
the
the
hotels,
hotels,
different
different
places
places are
throughout
throughout
the
the
island of
island of
Grenada.
Grenada.
And my
And my
aim
aim
is
is
That's
to
to
smart. That's so smart though.
thank you.
thank you.
My
My
aim is
aim
to
is
be
to
in a
be in a
hundred of
hundred
them,
of
in a
them, a
hundred
hundred
stores,
stores,
right?
right?
So
So
hopefully
hopefully
that
that
happens
happens
soon.
soon.
But
But
in
in
Hey,
Grenada,
Grenada,
do
in
yeah, go
yeah, go
ahead.
I
ahead.
have to ask you. I have to ask you real quick. Do you get a lot of bombo clots?
Do
Do
I
I
get a
get a
lot of
lot of
bombo
bumbo
clots
clots
Yeah.
on
on
here,
here,
like
like
on
on
stream?
stream?
I mean, just anywhere. Bombo clot.
Yeah. It's a
It's a
regular
regular
word.
word.
It's just
Just
it's
it's
just
just
normal,
normal,
man.
man.
It's a
It's a
normal word,
normal
man.
word,
It's a
man. It's a
normal word.
normal word.
Like
Like
bumbo
bumbo
clock,
I
clock,
grass
guess
grass
clot,
so.
clot,
especially
I
especially
guess.
especially in the
especially in the
Caribbean
Caribbean
here.
here.
Yeah,
Yeah,
man.
man.
Bumbo
Bumbo
clock,
clock,
grass
grass
clot.
clot.
I
I
Bombo
mean,
mean,
clot.
I
I
mean
mean
that
that
I love it, dude.
it's
it's
just
just
a
a
way
way
of
of
life.
life.
It's
It's
just
just
a
a
way
way
of
of
life.
life.
You
You
know what
know
I
what I
mean?
mean?
It's
It's
not
not
just
just
I feel you.
a
a
language. It's
language.
not
It's not
just
just
It's not
a
just a
way to
word.
talk. It's
it's
not
not
just a
just
It's
a
not
word.
word.
just a word.
Mm-mm. It's not
It's
just
not
a
just a
word.
word.
It's
It's
a
a
real
real
lifestyle.
lifestyle.
You
You
know
know
what
what
I
I
mean?
mean?
Especially
Especially
when
when
you
you
go
go
into
into
a
a
show,
show,
an
an
event
event
where
where
all
all
Caribbean
Caribbean
people
people
get
get
together
together
and they
and they
mix
mix
in
in
with
with
people
people
like
like
you.
you.
Like
Like
you
you
could
could
see a
see a
nice
nice
mixture
mixture
of
of
vibes
vibes
going
going
on.
on.
Yo,
Yo,
Yeah.
listen,
listen,
everybody
everybody
feeds
feeds
off
off
of
of
one
one
another
another
energy,
energy,
yo.
yo.
Seriously.
Seriously.
You know
You
what
know
I
what I
mean?
mean?
Sometimes
Sometimes
That's great, man. I love that. I
oh
love
yeah,
that.
oh
Love it.
yeah.
yeah.
When
When
last
last
you
you
ever
ever
been
been
to
to
an
an
event like
event
that?
like that?
No, I've never been to anything like that. No.
Interesting.
Interesting.
Well, you
Well, you
definitely
definitely
need to,
need to,
bro. You
bro. You
definitely
definitely
need to.
need to.
Someday,
Someday.
I live in
soon.
Michigan. I live in Michigan in the U.S. We don't. There's nothing interesting that happens here ever. So
Interesting.
Interesting.
yeah, I
Crazy.
mean Florida's more interesting, but like yeah, Florida's
And
the worst.
yeah,
Yeah,
because of the
because of the
situation,
situation,
right?
right?
I
I
know.
know,
I
I
understand
understand
definitely
definitely
what you're
what you're
saying.
saying.
Every situation is almost like I go on YouTube and I see that everything bad in this country is happening in
Mm-hmm.
Florida.
Hmm.
Mm.
Like, dead babies and shit. Yeah, it's bad, dude.
How
How
sad
sad
is
It's
is
that?
really
that?
bad. What?
How
How
sad is
sad is
that?
that?
For
For
real,
real,
it
it
sounds
sounds
really,
really,
really
really
bad.
bad.
It's stupid. Yeah, everything bad that happens here, it's in Florida. I, 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 I don't know why.
That's
That's
crazy,
crazy,
yo.
yo.
Yeah,
Hey,
I
good
Well,
know.
good
luck to
luck to
Florida,
Florida,
man.
man,
I
and I
hope they
hope
get
they
back
get
on
back
the
on the
feet
feet
real
real
soon,
soon,
yo.
yo.
Yeah, dude. All right, man. Take it easy. Hey, can you tell me how to how to skip people on here?
Oh,
Oh,
I
I remember. I used to play this game. I used to play this game on here, right?
Where I actually don't skip nobody, and I annoy
I
them
don't
as
usually
fuck.
do that.
Listen,
I don't
annoy
want
them.
to.
I would annoy them, and I would tell them to skip.
I know. Listen, I don't want people to skip because I actually like conversations with anybody, you know. But like, if you got somebody that's just like talking shit to you and whatever, how do I skip? I don't understand how to skip.
Oh, I see. Well, there's this forward button you see in the middle of the screen. You can see this in the middle of the screen.
Yeah.
Yeah, like you hit that forward button and it would skip them.
Oh wait, is it the forward? Is it the forward button?
Yeah.
I think I see it now.
Yeah.
Oh, in the upper right hand corner. Okay.
Yes,
Okay.
Yes, that is it.
All right, brother.
So
All right.
do me a favor,
That's
bro.
good to know.
Hit that skip button and go follow me on YouTube. Come check out and
Wait, what's her YouTube? Hang on.
I just
Write it
typed
down.
it in. I just typed it in for you, bro.
Oh, you texted it to me? Oh, Green's era?
Yes, sir.
All right, hang on. I'm gonna write it down just in case. All right, brother.
I appreciate it.
I got you, dude.
I appreciate it. Come check out some content. Maybe you can even make even better content in the future. You never know. But this is
All
how
right, dude.
this is how I start my streams. Majority of the time to get more people to come in later on. You know what I mean? So later will be greater. Trust me.
Yeah. Are you originally from Jamaica?
No, I'm from Grenada in the Caribbean. That's closer to
Oh,
Trinidad.
the Caribbean. Okay.
It's closer
Okay.
to Trinidad. Yes, Grenada in the Caribbean. Yep.
It's so weird that you guys have very similar ways of talking.
Yeah. Exactly.
Sort of, not completely, but sort of. You know what I'm saying?
Respect.
Trinidad, huh?
No, Grenada.
Do you know?
You drunk
What?
nigga? Stop being drunk and listen. I said
Hey, I am.
Grenada. I said.
I know you said that.
But you said.
I know you said that.
Why did you say I'm from Trinidad? I'm not from Trinidad. I'm Grenada.
No, I said I thought you sounded Jamaican almost.
Oh, well. Hey, some people, imagine, listen, I had locks before, right? I had locks. And people used to tell me I look like
Oh, okay. Zion, baby.
Yeah. So yo, I have some old videos, vlogs. Yeah, I had locks. So you can see me. I look totally different. I don't look nothing like what you see.
All right, I'm gonna comment on that. I'm gonna comment on that shit. I swear. I'm gonna comment on your videos. Okay.
I appreciate that. Hey,
All right,
listen,
dude.
I will definitely link with you soon again. I'll follow you here.
All right.
Hit the follow button. Right. So we good.
All right, dude.
See you later.
Take it easy, brother.
You too.
All right, later.
Appreciate you, man. Cheers. Hey, it's the start. It's the start of a beautiful stream. It's the start of a beautiful stream. And what I'm seeing here, looking like you're running smooth. Yeah, you're running smooth. This time is the best time.
It's good, brother.
Getting
Getting better.
Repping
Repping the greens.
Grenada
Grenada
and
and
the
Caribbean,
West Indies.
It's really good.
Streaming on YouTube and Twitch
right now. So say hi to
YouTube.
YouTube. Say hi to Twitch.
Say hi
to
to
Twitch.
YouTube. Say
Let's get
hi to
YouTube.
Twitch.
What's
It's really
up?
good. That is it. Hey, listen, let me put my name in the chat so you find me later, alright? Easy. Nah, don't find me.
That Tupac.
That is it.
Hold on,
when my nose ring.
When my nose ring. You can see my nose ring? Hold on,
I don't have it on, but
I have a nose ring. I have a nose ring. Tupac is one of my favorite rappers of all time. Listen, I'm like Tupac born again. This is the new Tupac. For real, bro. If you wanna see Tupac, check it out on my YouTube channel, Green Zara. This is the Tupac of the future, guys. Tupac is here. Thank you for liking, thank you for subbing up, thank you for subscribing, turn on post notifications. You already know. You already know. Hit the like button one time for me, please. Listen, guys, I can't believe the previous video we asked for 5 likes alone before we started the stream. We only had like 3 or 4. No, we have like 5 likes already, and the stream even started. You know what I'm saying? That's progress. W's in the chat. Hail up. Right now we're up in the greens. You wanna see a better quality? What's really good?
A bottle of water.
Can I have a bottle of water?
Sure. I mean,
Are you Nigerian?
do you like Glenna or Montpure?
Montpure?
Yeah. You like Montpure? Or you like Glenna?
Montpure?
Montpure, alright, cool. W Montpure. Hey, listen,
Is that mean?
Huh?
Nothing.
Listen, I'm streaming on YouTube, alright? So please come through on my YouTube channel, Greens Era.
Okay.
May I say something to the YouTube?
And Twitch. You can say something to YouTube and Twitch. Go ahead. Like up the video, subscribe. What is this? Welcome.
What the fuck, Snoop Dogg?
Oh my goodness, I love monkey. W monkey. Somebody put W monkey in the chat. Yo. W monkey in the chat right now.
Yo, no.
What's really good? Hail up.
You good?
Hail up. What's really good?
Hey, CJ. Why you? Oh, gimana? Tawa siya? Why you very black?
What's really good?
Tawa siya.
How y'all feeling today? How y'all feeling today, man?
Your skin is not good.
My screen. If you want a better look at my screen, I'm streaming on YouTube. You see a better look. Yes, much better on YouTube and Twitch.
Your skin needs laser.
It's much better on YouTube and Twitch. Come true. Come true on YouTube and Twitch.
Or street show.
My YouTube is Greens Era.
Hey Joe.
Hey yo, let me type it in. Let me type it in for you. Greens with a SERA. You see that in the chat? You see that in the chat? Thank you. That is it. Progress is it. And we go in. Heal up. Good night, sir. How you feeling? How was your day? Nice. I see you getting it. Irie, listen. This channel, I'm on YouTube, and this channel is all about being Irie, making handmade accessories. You know what I'm saying? I make sustainable jewelries, earrings, anklets, bracelets. You know, I teach them using DIY tutorials on my YouTube channel. My YouTube channel is Greens Era. Come true and check it out, brother. And I'm live streaming right now. You're live streaming, thank you. You're live right now on Twitch and you're live on YouTube. So big up. Say big up YouTube, big up Twitch. Blow some smoke in YouTube face. That is it. Hey yo, fire burn up. The whole of them. Hey yo, that is it. Salute, brother. Stay airy, stay blessed, stay conscious, stay lit. Hey, and thanks for making this a very interesting conversation. You dig? I would hope to see you later. My YouTube channel is Greensy. If you allow me to type it in, that'll be awesome. I'll type it in and you'll find it later for me. He wanna be the father. Hi, heal up.
How's the day?
Getting better on you.
Huh?
My day was great. And how was your day?
It was green.
Yeah, my day was green.
Nah, hit the name.
Heal up. My day was green. Heal up. Hi. How are you feeling today?
Hello.
Greetings. Wow. Are you into fashion?
What?
Are you designing? Are you designing something right now?
Yeah. Yeah.
Wow, I'm a designer too.
Yes.
Yes, and I'm streaming on YouTube. It's called Greens Era, that's the name of my YouTube channel. And that's the name of my brand as well. I sell my brand as the Gucci of the Caribbean. How does that sound? Nice. Oh, lovely. Superb. Definitely. Let me give you a follow. Let me like you right here, right now. Nice. I'm your friend now. Very nice. Superb. You got a new friend, sweetheart. Penya. Nice name, Penya. You're super blessed. Your hands is so blessed. Oh my goodness. I'm inspired. I'm totally inspired right now. This is amazing. Thank you. Thank you for showing me. Thank you for showing it to me. You do amazing
You're
job.
welcome.
Thank you. You do such an amazing job. I would hope to collaborate with you one day.
Where are you from?
I am from Grenada in the Caribbean.
Yes.
And you are from San Juan?
Philippines.
Philippines. Oh, someone just came in my chat. I'm live on YouTube. Someone just came in my chat from the Philippines. Philippines have nice people. I like that. This is my YouTube channel. Let me type it in for you. And you can find me later on. That's my YouTube channel and that's my Twitch channel as well. So you're live on Twitch and you're live on YouTube.
Okay. I watch it later.
Awesome. So you have a YouTube or you have any other social media you want to shout out?
No.
Okay, well, keep up the good work, and I'll definitely hope to find you again, maybe on Monkey or over on my channel, Greens Era.
Yes, Mom. Wedding gown.
It's good that you have encouragement too. Stay encouraged, okay?
Yeah.
Awesome. I'll skip you and I'll talk to you later. Have a blessed night. It was a pleasure talking to you.
Okay.
Awesome. Blessings. Take care. Chat, like and sub, like and subscribe, like and subscribe. Thank you. Welcome. If you're enjoying the stream so far, hit the like button, hit the subscribe, turn on post notifications, because it's only getting nicer. Thank you.
Hey,
Talk to me.
bro, that nigga TG Commerce.
Huh?
Who the fuck is a TG Commerce?
Chi Commerce? That's what you heard? You heard me say Chi Commerce? Oh, I don't know what is a Chi Commerce, bruh. So, like, share, subscribe, turn on notifications, chat. Let's go. Welcome, Jay. What's really good, Jay? Heal up, Jay. What's good?
Yo, why you got a United States flag in the back?
Oh, I'm a YouTube streamer, I'm a Twitch streamer, and most of my followers are Americans. So this is just love, man. Love. And I'm in Grenada.
Wait,
currently.
I'm streaming too.
Oh, you are? Oh, what a collab. W's.
Look at my chat.
Talk to me, yo. Nice. That is it.
You're streaming right now?
Yeah, I am. I'm on YouTube and I'm on Twitch as well.
Yo, everyone spam W guy, bro. Wait, what's your name?
Greens Era. Can I type that?
Yo, everyone spam W Greens Eva.
Era.
W Eva.
Era. Like time, you know.
W Era.
That is it. Greens Era. Thank you. And where are you streaming on Twitch or YouTube?
Go follow him on Twitch right now. Wait, what are you streaming on?
Streaming. What's the question?
What app are you streaming on?
Oh, I'm dual streaming both YouTube and Twitch.
Oh, Twitch. Yeah, me too. I'm streaming on Twitch right now.
Nice. Awesome. So thank you.
You play Fortnite?
I just started to play. Could you believe Roblox? A big man like me playing Roblox. It's crazy. But I'll be definitely playing some more games soon once I get a system and like organized or whatever. Because I just get involved in streaming. This is only like a couple months in. I started late last year. You know what I mean? I spent like half the year studying how to do this. So when I come out, I could do it professionally and I could have good quality. Because you see, I've been making content on how to make accessories, like jewelry, using sustainable materials like stones, seeds. You know what I'm saying? Heal up. What's really good, Brody? Guys, follow me on Twitch. At Greens Era. Thank you. W Show.
What's in the box? Yeah, I'm in the box. In the box, Tyler? Yo, mama in them seat. Put it up. Yeah. All right, come on. I'm finished shoving.
Rock with me right now. Hey. Win Barfield, what's really good? Oh, the American scarf is because I'm a YouTube streamer, I'm a Twitch streamer, and majority of my followers are Americans. I'm into sustainable fashion, and I have this brand called Greens Ear, you know. Greetings.
What's up?
Getting better, bro. By the way, I'm streaming on YouTube, I'm streaming on Twitch, and I'm here.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I'm just here campaigning for more notice, more compliments, more followers on social media, you know. So, if you mind, I could type in my name, and you could find me on both YouTube or Twitch. If you like.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah.
It's called Green's Ear. I teach on my YouTube channel. I teach DIY sustainable fashion tutorials. So if you're into that kind of vibes, if you like that type of content, if you're interested to learn, get some tips and advice on how to actually make sustainable craft professionally, that would be awesome. So I'll follow you here. You here
Okay,
as
good
well.
luck.
Thank you. Can I? I'll definitely follow you here as well. Thank you. I appreciate the compliments. I appreciate the encouragement. That is it. That is it, chat. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Wow. So far, so good, right? Good, right? Yep. I think it's time to get down into the crafting. It's time to get down on the crafting.
Alex. What?
Trying to kill himself or something?
No, he has like. Alex, what's your charge?
He has a charge?
Gun charges. He has gun charges.
Gun charges?
Yeah.
What was so like he went to jail?
Nah, but he might. He has a trial soon.
I'm gonna beat that case for him.
Like, he said he's gonna beat his case, but he's court ordered to be in like the IOP thing now. Or weren't you in PHP to start?
Yeah.
Dude, that nigga's lying to you. How old is he? He's a minor?
Yeah.
Yeah, with a gun charge, that nigga should be in jail, bro. What do you have? What do you get caught with?
What do you get caught with?
I got caught with.
I promise you, I've seen his like ankle monitor.
What do you got? I'm serious though. What do you get caught
What did you get caught with?
It was 4 different guns. It was a Glock.
Glock.
A 1911.
What type?
A 1911.
I forgot the other one, and then one of them was an AR.
And an AR.
What the fuck? This nigga's white, bro. He's not a gangbanger.
He's not white. He's Mexican.
There's Mexican. Oh, those Mexican motherfuckers know how to get down. If I knew, yep, it all makes sense now. It all makes sense now. Those Mexican motherfuckers get down. Don't fuck with those fuckers, bro. Those fuckers.
Nice. He's chill though. He's a chiller.
Nah, they're chill. They'll fucking. I had to do my IOP who had a fucking monitor on too and everything. Them niggas is scary, no bullshit. Ask him how much he paid for the Glock. I'm trying to.
How much you paid for the Glock, Alex?
I didn't pay anything.
You didn't pay
I
anything.
stole that shit.
How'd he get it?
Stolen.
Stolen? How he steal one?
Is that how you steal it?
He just robbed some dude for it?
It was someone. It was someone at school.
Yeah, he just robbed dude at school.
Okay, all right. This story is sounding less. Where does he go to school? Because, bro, how are you gonna rob someone? Who's gonna bring a gun to school and then who's gonna?
They were trying to sell it.
This is a
They were trying to sell it.
They was trying to sell it. He said.
Yo, let's start bringing this motherfucker on licks, bro. The fuck?
We could, bro.
Tell that motherfucker, bro. I got an extra extended mag in my bitch, bro.
Oh yeah, he does. He has an insane Glock.
Bro.
Ask him if he can get. Ask him if he can get me. Ask him if he knows somewhere I can get a switch.
Do you know somewhere he can get a switch, Alex?
Oh, I got one of my friends, but like it's one of the people I got in trouble with.
Okay. He said one of.
Fuck, you streaming, nigga?
Hmm? It's really good.
No, it was a girl. Yo, what the fuck you doing?
Making craft bracelets.
Dog.
Hey, don't ask that and don't want to know. Like, come
What
on.
is that? What is that?
Like a loom. It's a loom to make bracelets. So these are some
Oh,
bracelets I'm making. So guess what?
gotcha.
I'm a YouTuber streaming DIY tutorials, and I'm streaming right now anyway. So please find me on YouTube at Greens Era or Twitch Greens Era. Follow,
Yeah, man.
subscribe. Huh?
Make sure y'all like, comment, and subscribe on the video, man.
That's a nice
You already
shout
know.
out. Hey, y'all listening? Are you
Huh?
listening to this, man? No, I was just saying that's a nice shout out. I mean, I appreciate you saying all of that. You know what I'm saying? That's cool.
You know what it is, bro. Showing love now.
Like, hey, do you do like YouTube streams or whatever, like content?
Nah, bro. I make music though.
Oh, sounds good. Interesting. I need some music. I need some music for my content.
What kind of beats you like? You like
Hip hop. Hip hop.
hip hop?
Yeah, I
Like
love
boom bap type beats? Boom bap?
boom bap.
Or like 80s style?
I think based on thinking about media, I think I'm thinking boom bap. Media sells with a kind of old school flavor. I think so. Um,
You got Afro beats too, bro. Them Afro beats be hitting.
yeah, definitely. Right now, I think that is like all I listen to. No lie. Like right before I started doing the stream, I was I was kind of getting lit up for some Afro music.
You're real bad, man. Yo.
Oh my gosh, that's so funny. He just started blowing the headphone. He's like, let me blow in his ass. Oh, I'm blowing this nigga's ass right quick. Watch me.
I put my tongue out in her booty. Oh, walk on, brother man.
Irie.
Read about it, man.
That is it.
Me hit the boom boom like this. Boom boom, you know what I'm saying?
Nyang.
You know what I'm saying? Walk on, brother man. Beat the boom boom, man.
You dig?
Me had 23 baby mothers.
Huh?
23 baby mothers.
Oh, okay. You have a lot of baby mothers. You have plenty.
Real bad man. Real bad, real
Yes,
bad man.
that is it. Hey, yo.
Yeah. Real general.
Oh, yang. But guess what? I'm live streaming on YouTube and Twitch. And I want you to go check out my content, bro. That would be so cool.
Yeah, I'll go check it out.
It's called Greens Era.
La bomba clap.
Why you think I'm Jamaican? Do I look, bro? Do I look like a Jamaican? Do I look like a Jamaican, bro?
I can't understand you.
Do I look Jamaican?
No, but you sound Jamaican.
Interesting. Wow, that's cool. Actually, I'm from Grenada. I'm a YouTube streamer. I'm Twitch streaming right now as well.
I don't care about none of that. Why did you ask me that question?
Well, everybody popping in the live saying bomba craft, and as soon as that happens, a Rastaman pop in like you came through. wearing locks, and I was like, okay, do I look like Rast? Like,
Having dreadlocks does not make me Rastafarian. All right.
facts.
Right? What it is, it's not just a fashion statement either. I'm not trying to prove nothing. I just like having hair and not paying people to do it.
That's a good idea. That's sustainable right there.
Say hi, Uncle Bobby.
Hold on, I got a beer in my hand. I just got done smoking a cigarette. You want to show her up? Come here. Let me see. Yeah, let me hold it.
My baby don't need to be on no.
I got good germs. I'm a white blood cell.
You know them anti-COVID messages. I love it.
You okay for me?
You got a game, right? I got like 3 godchildren over here just visiting them, making sure that everything coesthetic. You know what I mean?
Hey, pro dad, pro grandpa.
All that. Don't make me no grandpa yet. I told my daughter if she ain't got no condom, she better swallow.
Hey, peace.
Don't. I give her condoms all the time. I was like, you better not come home talking about I'm grandfather. You know why? Because I'm gonna stop caring about you and start worrying about that grandbaby. That's what you ain't gonna like.
Oh shit, bro, are you from Chicago or something? Because you sound so Chicago-ish.
Hold on.
So shy-ish. So shy-townish.
You thought I was bullshit? Yo, I'm gonna play some music and switch over to the next person. But peace, prosperity, all that shit, man. Keep it easy, man. One love.
One love. Thank you. Yes, sir. That is it. Cool interaction from a cool brother. If you are liking the video, hit the like button, turn on post notifications, sub up, alright?
Hello.
Greetings. It's like I seen a brother.
How are you?
Better than the last time.
Bro.
Better than the last
How are you?
time. Better than the last day. Better than yesterday.
Where are you from?
Grenada in the Caribbean.
Where are you from?
Grenada.
Where are you from?
You heard what I said, right?
I want to say, where are you from?
I said Grenada. You know it
Oh.
in the Caribbean. Grenada in the Caribbean Sea. In the Caribbean.
I love Grenada. I love Grenada.
Grenada, exactly. That is it. Listen, I'm a YouTube streamer. I'm a Twitch streamer. I was just promoting some content earlier on about Grenada's history. Please come through in the live stream. We're going to be talking a little bit more about Grenada's history later on. And we're going to talk about a special person who represented Grenada back in the day called Morris Bishop. You know what I'm saying? I think I should go ahead and dress like him still, or dress up like him. I want to give a nice speech. You know what I mean? Give him some introduction, brief history on Morris Bishop. So come through in the live stream. My YouTube channel is Green Era. I could type it in here for you. You can come in and have a look. Green's Era.
Bro, give me give me YouTube channel his name. Give me.
I just type it in Green's Era. You see, I type it in for you. Green's Era.
GRAANS Greens ERA.
Yes.
Greens Era.
Yes.
Okay. Can you give me WhatsApp number or any account?
No.
WhatsApp, Facebook,
No. Just YouTube.
Instagram.
Just YouTube.
Just YouTube.
Once you find my YouTube, you're good to go. We found each other. And I'll find you here too.
Thank you.
I'll I'll follow you here too. I friend you here. See? I friend you.
Okay, friends.
Yes, sir. Cheers. Salute.
Nice to
Take
meet
care,
you.
brother. Nice to meet you too. What's your name?
I'm Sadiq.
Sadiq. Alright.
Yes.
Where are you from? Where are you from?
I'm from Bangladesh.
Bangladesh. Okay, cool. Hila Bangladesh.
And you're from I don't know, nothing tomorrow. It's just like is I don't know.
Channel. Yeah,
Okay.
like, share, subscribe.
Okay.
Yes. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Stay happy, healthy, and prosperous, brother.
Oh, good. So then you're looking very nice.
Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, my sunglass. Wait, same sunglass. Same
Yes.
sunglass.
Where at, man? Yo, we were looking cool. Make a pose for the camera. That is it. Hey. Respect, bro. Respect. Cheers. Pleasure.
Okay, see you. Bye.
Take care, bro. Aye. Blessed day, blessings.
St. George.
Huh?
I like your headset, bro.
My what?
I said I like your headset.
Interesting. This whole thing? This whole thing?
Look
at this. Look at this. This wobbly thing? Oh my gosh. See, like my headset.
Hello, motherfucker.
Yo! What's great?
Yeah, you black.
Yes, I do.
I'm white and you black.
No, that's not white. That's not white. That's not white.
You Zinji.
That's not white. That's not white.
You're my.
That's not white.
Look.
No.
You me look.
Shut. That's not white. That's not white.
Fuck you.
That's not white.
Fuck you. Me fuck you.
That's brown. That's brown. That's not white. Come on, stop.
Cool.
Cheers.
Absolute.
Cheers.
Cool.
Cheers,
You.
brother.
Give me you.
Huh?
ولك كأنك بلاك ماليتا. Give me. You.
I have some local wine.
Drink this. You my love.
I have some local wine.
I love you.
Let's take a shot together.
I love you, Block.
Let's take a shot together,
I
Brody.
love you, Block.
You want me to take a shot together?
What?
Let's take a shot together. I have some local wine there. We can make a cheers to
What?
New Year's.
You was 39 years old.
Yes, sir.
Nah.
Why?
You look like Diddy, bro. I ain't gonna cap.
Hey.
You're looking like Didi. Repeat PDD.
Did he?
Yeah, man.
Did he?
Diddler.
Diddle.
Dad. Daddy.
Peacock.
Puffy Daddy.
Puffy Daddy.
Cocky cock.
Cocky rocky rocky.
How do I save this? Hold on. When's the last time you got into a fight? P. Diddy.
You get into fights every day with the law about the taxes and tax evasion.
When is the last time you threw hands with someone? Damn. My nigga.
When's the last time you threw some ass?
Look, that's a better question. I ain't gonna cap.
What's the bullshit though?
On some shit.
Come on, bro.
On some shit though. On some shit though. Only on some shit. Only on some shit though. I ain't gonna cap.
Guys, I'm streaming on YouTube. If you don't mind coming over, subscribe to my
This you,
channel.
Diddy.
Awesome.
Everyone look.
I don't look so. Hey, I don't look like that. I don't look like that.
What you mean it doesn't look like you? That is you, nigga.
That is not me.
Sound got that ain't you.
Nah, that ain't me. I don't know who that is.
That's you, Shen.
Shen. Interesting.
That's you. Look, Diddy, the diddler.
And that's not my name.
This is
At
Clean's error.
At least y'all should at least try to help me. If y'all gonna help me grow my YouTube channel, that's how you're gonna do it for real. At least shout out the channel Green's Era. I'm live on Twitch as well, so at least y'all could shout out the Twitch channel.
How much subs you have on YouTube? How much subs you have on YouTube? How much subs you have on YouTube?
Let me type. I don't want to say. I just want to type it in. I don't want to say.
Bro.
Some people might get offended. You know what I'm saying? This is me right now. This is me. That's the last time I checked, okay? That's the last time I checked. I'm not sure, but this is the last time I checked.
What? I said, how many subs do you have?
I just told you. What does that look like? Can you like?
Oh, I thought it was your YouTube channel. I appreciate
Then
why did you type in Green's error?
Oh, because I didn't know you would like get the spelling correctly. But you already got the spelling correctly. Look at you. Greens are 39 St. George's. Alrighty then.
Oh, I found you.
Thank you. Thank
Oh my goodness, me.
Hey
Oh my goodness, it's me.
W's in the chat.
It's me. I'm in this chat. What's good, y'all? What's good, y'all? I'm famous on this motherfucker. What's good, y'all? For the one time, for the two time, for the two time, for the two time. No, for the one time, for the two time.
Yeah.
Yo, Aaron, look. We on the stream.
Hey, W Juice
No, that's
Hey, Zener. Thank you for subscribing. What's really
Let's
good?
go,
Let's
nigga.
go, Zeners. Hey,
Bumbleclad. Spit on clothes. Spitting.
Hey, how is it looking? How's it looking? Give me a feedback.
Jose, W stream. Yeah, I can't lie, your chat is covering your face fully, bro.
What do I do? Where do I put the chat?
You just need to like make the chat a bit smaller. Put in like the top right, but make it a bit smaller. Now put it in the top left and make it a bit smaller. Or in the bottom left.
Yo, look at the chat. Luna just called you a bitch, bro.
Still got.
Yo, ban Luna. Ban Luna.
Man, Luna, you a hoe. Lame, man. Square that nigga. Alright, well, bro, I'ma leave you to it, bro. I'ma dip.
Thank you. Got it. I think I got it now, right?
Have fun, bro. I'ma dip, bro. I'ma leave now.
Hey, I think I got it, but thank you.
That's
That was
the
the
best
best
Hey, I'ma leave. Hey,
critique.
did
That
he?
was the best W critique.
Oh. Yo, I'ma leave you now, bro.
Cheers, and I'll see you later, alright?
You too, bro. Stay safe. God bless.
God bless you too, King. God bless you too, King. Yeah. Greetings.
你好，你好，你好。
Ni hao. Ni hao. That's
速度说话。
Ni hao is Japanese, I think. Ni hao is
Chinese.
China.
Chinese. Oh,
China.
Chinese. Okay, ni hao.
Yeah,
Are you
yeah.
Chinese?
Where are you from? Yeah, I'm Chinese. Ni hao.
Interesting. Ni hao.
You see?
We are.
You see
are.
my eyes?
I'm immigrant from. I'm immigrant. I'm in China right now.
You
What
smoke.
the fuck,
You
bro?
smoke.
That's illegal.
You're not smoking, you're vaping. But I do
No.
smoke sometimes. You know what I'm saying? I used to vape, but I think smoking is.
Yeah, smoking
is
is better, but
and
in
guess
house.
what's, and there's something better than smoking too, which is puffing on a cigar. You puff on a cigar, that's 10 times better than smoking.
Yeah, bro, but that is illegal shit in China.
Oh, for real?
Yeah.
What's illegal?
Only-
Cigars?
Yeah, cigars are illegal. Only vaping. Vaping is legal.
Oh,
Yeah.
no way, that's crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah, for real.
Oh, man, well, that's sad anyway.
But like that's crazy. But I was hating China for eating dogs, but that shit's really good. Like, what the fuck? Better than steak in like
Yeah,
some
we
fancy restaurant.
like to eat dogs and cats.
Interesting. Cannibalism.
Yeah.
Cannibalism.
Cannibalism. Greetings. Oh man.
What's up, Rasta Pastaman?
I'm getting better. Heal up. Where you from?
Yeah, Romania, Bucharest, Europe.
Wow, big up. Wow.
Thank you, bro. Thank you. I appreciate it.
From two different
Yeah.
parts of the world. I'm in the Caribbean.
Peace, everybody. Push the button from the follow, everybody. My music save a life and the soul. Peace in the world.
Wow. Sounds good. I like
Yeah.
your music.
My music, it is a power from the God.
Wow.
Music. Thank you, bro. Appreciate it. Respect everybody because it is a bad time.
Yes.
Many more people don't understand because apocalyptic time, bro.
True.
You know?
True. But you have to stay positive.
Yeah, man.
Positive all the time, bro.
Yeah. Nice to meet you, bro. Peace in the heart. Respect everybody. And special you. You, it is the special man. Peace, bro.
Alright. Blessings. Listen, let me type my YouTube channel so you find me later. I'm streaming right now. Oh gosh, he gone. He out of here, man. Greetings. What's really good? Pandy. What's the vibes? How you feeling? How's the day, Pandy? Greetings, heal up. Finally. Greetings. Greetings. Gratitude and salutations. That's really good. Yeah, buddy. Thank you for the like, thank you for subscribing, thank you for turning on post notifications. Welcome, brother. I'm streaming on the live Twitch. I'm live streaming on Twitch and on YouTube at the moment. Right? And I'm campaigning for more notice, more compliments, more followers on social media. Right? So if you want to come over to YouTube, it's Green's Era. You can see it right there in my name. My name is Green's Era. That's the name of the YouTube channel. That's the name of the Twitch channel. Alright, that's the name of the Gucci of the Caribbean. Okay. Amsterdam.
Man, what the fuck? Man, what the fuck? What the fuck, boy? Get your ugly ass on, nigga. African booty scratcher looking at that nigga, bitch shades that nigga, big Mike at that nigga, family dollar Mike at that nigga. Almost, she said, oh, like, come outside. I said, I Fuji Watch song saying that nigga. Don't hear no type of rap music in the U.S. songs playing that nigga. Freaky ass nigga, don't see that nigga, that nigga, prison, that nigga. When you got to wear, when you got to wear that nigga.
Better than Weezy. Stop it. Nobody better than Weezy. Stop it. What you talking about? Like if I don't know Weezy is the best rapper alive. What you talking to? Like if I don't know Weezy is the best rapper alive. Come on, bro. Sleeping on him. Sub up, like the video, turn on post notifications. This is over. This part of the stream has come to an end. Right? So all they don't know how the team go. If all they liking the video, if you had liked the video, thank you. If you during the video, if you had subscribed, thank you. If you had subscribed and you jump in the comment section, I am going to put your name on this yellow paper and put your name on the studio wall. Okay? So the name who we have in the chat, thank you for subscribing. The name is who we have M Sadiq. It's really Sadiq, right? But it's M Dara Fat Sadiq. M Dara Fat Sadiq. That is it. This is your name here, bro. M Dara Fat Sadiq. Goes right here, so. W's. Y'all can see this? Y'all can see this. Nice. Who's next? Who's next? Who was next? We had no, he didn't subscribe, but we had a new subscriber. Thanks for subscribing, Zenzer. Zenzer has now subscribed to the channel. Thank you, W Zenzer, W Sadiq. Thank you, bro. We are now connected, bro. We are now connected. W's in the chat. Caught into a trap. No easy way out. Trying to survive. There's a system on our backs. Caught into a trap. Caught into a trap, no easy way out. Fighting to still alive, yes. With the system on our backs. Excuse me. So yeah, guys, that was the monkey part of the stream. That was the monkey part of the stream. We're getting deeper into the stream. So far we have 1,411 subscribers. Thank you for subscribing today, yesterday, and tomorrow. 129 more than in the last 28 days. Let me see. Okay. So we're getting ready for the briefing of like a brief history on Morris Bishop. Give me a sec, let me organize this real quick. And I was crafting a few bracelets. If anybody have any ideas that they could, pitch in for the concepts of designing based on inspired crafts, inspired craft of Morris Bishop. So we'll read a few pieces of the history and we'll get back into making some more. Yeah, quick briefing. And we shall get back into listening to some more crafting. Easy caught into a trap. Okay then. There we go. You always have to get this up. I don't know why. Alrighty then. So, quick briefing of Morris Bishop. Interesting piece of information. Brief history of Morris Bishop. Who's ready? Are we ready? Let me see what screen I want to do this in. Yeah, I'll do this in this screen, no problem. Let me do a little behind the scenes recording before I start. So we'll be recording me doing this. Oh no! My phone cut off. Damn. Let's see if I could put you on. Okay. It's recorded. It's recording. W's in the chat. Like, share, subscribe, turn on post notifications. Let's get into the live stream. Okay, alright. So, Get it. Let me try and record too. Hey, up now. Welcome back to the live stream. Welcome back to the Reppin' the Green show on YouTube. Welcome back to the Twitch stream, Reppin' the Greens a ton. Alright? Y'all will see in the title of this video, a brief history of Morris Bishop. Alright? So, I'm going to give y'all a little briefing of Morris Bishop, and we're going to continue in the stream making some bracelets inspired by Mr. Morris Bishop. Alright? So yeah, let's go. Brief history of Morris Bishop. Morris Bishop, hold on. Alright. Morris Bishop, Morris Rupert Bishop. That's his full name. Morris Rupert Bishop. Alright. 1944 to 1983. Right? 2 more years before I was born. Right? Was a revolutionary leader and politician who played a pivotal role in Grenada's modern history. Born in Aruba to Grenadian parents, Bishop returned to Grenada at a young age and later pursued studies in law at the University of London. Interesting. His charisma, intelligence, passion for social justice made him a natural leader. In 1973, Bishop co-founded the New Jewel Movement, NJM, a political party committed to addressing economic inequality, in providing education, and achieving independence from colonial influences. On March 13th, Morris Bishop led the NGM in a bloodless coup, overthrowing Prime Minister Eric Machugiri. This marked the start of Grenada Revolution, a period of social inspired reform aimed at uplifting the lives of ordinary Grenadians. As Prime Minister, Bishop introduced initiatives that transformed Grenada, including free health care, educational programs, and infrastructure projects such as the construction of an international airport, which Cubans assistance, which became a symbol of Grenada's ambition and potential. Bishop's government aligned with social nations like Cuba and the sovereign nation and the Soviet Union. Sorry, let me read that part again. Bishop's government aligned with socialist nations like Cuba and the Soviet Union, leading to tensions with the United States during the Cold War. Internal divisions within his party culminated in a tragic power struggle in October 1983. Bishop was arrested by rival factions but was freed by a massive public uprising. Tragically, tragically, he and several supporters were executed, on October 19th, 1983, during a coup led by members of his government. The US military intervened shortly after in what was known as Operation Urgent Fury. Marking the end of the revolution. Despite his untimely death, Morris Bishop remains a symbol of hope, progress, and resilience for many Grenadians. His legacy is celebrated for the social reforms he campaigned and his vision of a more equitable and self-resilient Grenada. The international airport, once a cornerstone of his policies, is now named the Morris Bishop International Airport, a lasting tribute impact on Grenadian history. You dig? That is it. What do you think about Morris Bishop? Put your comments in the chat. Let me know what you think about Morris Bishop. I know I'm going to see if I could put on the shirt, make myself feel like Morris Bishop. I can't iron because the iron won't work right now. Okay, sorry, putting around the shirt. One side will be iron, the other side won't. This is like Morris Bishop right now. To represent him, continue making some craft. If you continue making some craft real quick, it will be just as Morris Bishop. Well, this is my version. This is my version, chat. What do you think? Any Cubans in the chat? We gotta see if we get a picture that we could be inspired. This dress code. Let's see if we go on Google and see if we can get a dress code to be inspired by. Finally. go. You know when we're in our shades? I'd like to see when we're in the shades. This one don't look too bad. What is he wearing here, Chad? A simple shirt, no collar. You know what I'm saying? Simple man, simple guy. Let's see if I see anything else. This one kind of interesting. It seems like a long sleeve shirt. No, it's not. It's not a long sleeve shirt. I guess he was a long sleeve kind of guy. So what I'll do is I'll roll up the sleeve. I'll roll up the sleeve, Chad. This is interesting too, but it's brown. Brown have a little open up. You know what I'm saying? Should I put it in my pants? No. I shouldn't put it in my pants because he doesn't wear his shirt in his pants. Look at this. That's one already. I'm gonna look for more. What about here? Is he wearing any? No, it's not. Look. It's not. It's not. It's not. This is an interesting piece, I think. Interesting. My Bishop, a Caribbean hero. Interesting. My Bishop is a Caribbean hero. See, most respected heroes have influence more than their country. That's what I noticed. Y'all notice that too? Most reputable heroes respected throughout a wider region. The wide respect, a big wide respect. So I'm rolling the sleeve. Because we're in the tropics, you know, in the Caribbean island, I don't know, yo, bro, what you think you would have said about wearing long sleeve? You would have been like, in the Caribbean, in the hot sun? Nah. This wouldn't be a fashion if that man was still alive. This wouldn't be a fashion at all. Otherwise, everybody would be rolling up the sleeve. See, look at him, I don't have no tie, because that would have been worse, right? Look, this man don't even wearing a tie. Not one tie. This man wearing a business suit and not one tie in the neck. Look at this. Show me one picture where he wearing a tie. Show me one picture where this man is wearing a tie. If y'all find it, send it to me on Instagram. Email it to me. Find me on Facebook, anywhere you can find me. Find me a picture where he's wearing a tie, a necktie, and send it to me. So, that is it. I think we found our look. We are now inspired. We have all the information information about Maurice Bishop, and now we're ready to create some handmade jewelry. Y'all ready? Alright, let's go. Give thanks. Give thanks for nothing at time, right? Give thanks for setting the trend. Look at this. Look at this. That's crazy. Oh, yes. What do you think about the outfit, chat? Rate my inspiration outfit, my inspired outfit from 1 to 10. And is he wearing shades too? Does he wear shades? Or glasses? Yo, this one wearing shades or glasses? Show me one picture of you wearing shades or glasses. And I'll continue wearing my shades. But if not, I'm taking it off. I'm taking it off. I'm thinking of check my shades, chat. I gotta go 100. I gotta do this 100. I gotta take the shades off. Yo, somebody come in and say, take the shades off. And the shades off. Let's go! Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Rate my outfit, chat. Rate my outfit. 1 to 10. Come on. Go one side, can I? One side, can I? Not one of those. Hey. Got the logo open. W in the chat. Let's continue making some craft. And let's go reacting to some more content. Let's get a video on YouTube about Maurice Bishop to come to react to. Oh yes indeed. Empty Grave Podcast. How long was that? 15 minutes. Oh, wow. October 2023. August 2024. Maurice Bishop who's remain alongside 7 others. Empty Grave. Comrade Bishop. Weaves together and. Okay, so we just watch a few then. Wife of former Prime Minister Bishop, Mistress Angela Bishop. Okay, that was October 2023. One-on-one with then American PM Maurice Bishop in 1976. This should be the first video you watch. Oh yeah. Let's go! Excuse me. Let's go! Alright, I think we have it good to go now. What if I do this? Let's see if there's one you look for.
Mr. Prime Minister, as a non-aligned, as a member of the non-aligned group of nations, do you feel that Dr. Castro's speech at the UN accurately represented your views?
I think it faithfully.
Mr. Prime.
Alright, so y'all know we had to do this introduction, right? Y'all know we had to do this introduction, right? Y'all know we have to do this introduction, right? I think we have more seconds for this recording to finish. The first recording was still recording. I should have ended the record a long time ago. But let this recording end, and then we start another one reacting to this awesome, interesting video by Morris Bishop. If you're excited as I am, hit the like button, hit the subscribe, turn on post notifications. Yeah, buddy. Hold on, is it 60 seconds? Let me see. Come on, finish for me, baby. Complete. Finitos. Alright, finitos. Come on. Will you complete the recording at least when it says recording again? Come on, man. I love the intro. You're sticking. You stick in. You stick in. Stick in. We gotta try to replay one of these days. But as you can tell, the designs will be simple as possible. You know, and it'll be very like we have a lot of earthy colors, as you can see. We have a lot of earthy colors, right? Morris Bishop wears a lot of earthy colors, like the browns, the whites, cream, khaki, black. I see we have kind of navy blue, you know. But as you can see, no tie. You know, this is a long sleeve, but it's few times you would wear long sleeve. You don't do it regularly. You know, he's a very simple guy, and as interested as you are, I am also in learning about him. And this interview is only about 7 minutes long. It's on CTV News channel with 1.8 million subs. And can I give you more information? It was uploaded 4 years ago. It has 42K viewers, 506 likes. I'm going to subscribe, I'm going to like. I'm going to encourage you guys to do the same if you ever come across this video on YouTube. You can check it out after the stream, no problem. You can have a look. You know what I'm saying? Anytime we're going to react to it. If I can get you commenting and, you know, giving your feedback during the stream, that would be awesome. Okay. This recording is still going. Finish. Come on, dude, give me a break. Come on, dude, give me a break. I'm going to just hit the record again. That's all I'm going to do. Let's let it wait. I can't do anything, I just have to wait. I just have to wait, chat. I just gotta wait, man. 5 and then you can leave me alone, man. You can leave me now. Please. 2 more seconds. Come on, chill. What the? This thing wasn't done? How long was that? How long was that piece of recording? That was so long for that? Like, what was I reacting to? What was I reacting to? Monkey? Was I recording Monkey stream? My gosh. Because if it dies, I thought I was recording, that was probably a long time ago. It was an hour ago. Okay. I didn't want to record this part of the stream. Didn't want to. I don't want to record this part of the stream. Like, what's up? What's popping? I think we'll just continue and just continue because past 6 minutes and just keep going. The past 6 minutes just keep going and we have to continue the show. Alright? So yeah. I'll just probably crop it later on. You know what I'm saying? But yeah. Bam, 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 bam. Let me do the intro here and then we go there. Welcome back to the Rip in the Green Show. And by the title of this video, you will see I'm reacting to a video from the late Prime Minister Maurice Bishop. He did an interview in 1976, right? He did an interview with a news network, I guess it is CTV News. So we'll be reacting to one-on-one with then Grenadian PM Maurice Bishop in 1976. Are you ready? Let's go.
Minister, as a non-aligned, as a member of the non-aligned group of nations, do you feel that Dr. Castro's speech at the UN accurately represented your views?
I think it faithfully reflected the decisions that were taken at the non-aligned conference. The only addition I would say would have related to the specific figure for how much assistance.
Financial aid you're talking about.
The developed world, and as you put it, the developing world, should contribute over the next 10 years.
Would you specifically have demanded more funds?
No, I don't think so. I think that is a realistic figure, but I think it's also pretty much a minimum figure.
Do you feel that Castro professes to speak on behalf of the non-aligned nations? Do you see him as a messiah of sorts, a champion to represent the views of those nations?
I think he was duly agreed upon by certainly a vast majority of countries attending a non-aligned conference in Havana. And I believe that most of those countries would certainly share the views of Grenada, that his choice at this point was a good one.
What about in the future?
Every 3 years there are new choices made, and I think we should wait to see what happens then. I couldn't really speak to 3 years from now.
Other than the specific amount of aid which you mentioned, is there anything else that he spoke of that you disagreed with?
I didn't disagree with the amount of aid. And so far as specific points made by President Castro, there's nothing in the speech that I can concretely and specifically pull out as an area of disagreement so far as our own foreign policy is concerned. As you realize, he more or less stayed away from foreign policy issues that were not mentioned or agreed upon at the non-aligned conference. And therefore, there were very few views that were specifically the views of Cuba. There's really nothing I can think of at this point that we would disagree with.
Let's talk about your position within the group of non-aligned nations. My understanding was that at the Havana conference, Dr. Castro wanted to move the nations towards a Soviet bloc interest, yet President Tito of Yugoslavia wanted to move everyone to a middle-of-the-road course. That's what was decided. Where's your position? Where does your country stand?
I don't really accept your premise to begin with. I don't think that's a fair assessment of either position. My own feeling is that there was really a big blow up, mainly by some elements in the press on this question. I think it turned out to be a non-issue at the conference, basically. I think that, you know, a substantial number of countries in the non-aligned world do have their own strong views on the question of which of the two worlds, socialist or capitalist, tend to back them on particular causes. You look at Angola, Mozambique, you look at Vietnam, Cambodia, or you look at the Palestinian struggle today, and I think it is fair to say that very often there is a convergence of views, you know, between one world and the non-aligned bloc. I do not see this as a conspiracy. I see this as being an affinity that is based on analysis that is made by different countries.
Let me interrupt and ask you this. Dr. Castro has accused the West of exploiting the poor. He is against capitalism. Do you share that view?
Against capitalism would not be opposition. We are certainly
Anti-imperialist?
against imperialism. Oh yes, we are against that, certainly.
How
But we define imperialism in a very specific way.
And that is?
Well, that is to say the countries, the governments that back their multinational, transnational corporations with the use or the threat of force. That would be our major concern. It's not...
Sure. Y'all hear what we say in terms of the definition of words? See, people can say what they want, right? But it's how you define it and the context that they put it in, you know what I'm saying? Some people get offended so quick, some people, you know. But again, remember, when people talking, sometimes, why you listen so keenly? Why would you listen keenly? Because it's not all the time what a person said, but normally what it didn't say. So you have to listen keenly to hear what, to pick up what it didn't say. You know what I'm saying? So that's why you listen keenly, right? So I like the fact that, you know, he gave his definition of whatever she was talking about, you know, and that's what makes the difference, you know, that's what making him stand out in this interview right now to me. I don't know about you, but this is what makes him stand out to me in this interview. The fact that he could pinpoint definitions and to come across as clear and precise as possible. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, let's go. I'm gonna take it back. I'll take it back so you can listen.
The use or the threat of force. That would be our major concern. It's not so much, in other words, a question of whether or not a particular country has multinational corporations that are particular country has multinational question of whether or not with the use or the threat of force. That would be our major concern. It's back that, certainly.
He has accused the West of exploiting the poor. He is against capitalism. Do you share that view?
Against capitalism would not be opposition. We are certainly
Anti-imperialist?
against imperialism. Oh yes, we are against that, certainly.
How
But we define imperialism in a very specific way.
And that is?
Well, that is to say the countries, the governments that back their multinational, transnational corporations with the use or the threat of force. That would be our major concern. It's not so much, in other words, a question of whether or not a particular country has multinational corporations that are investing in particular areas. It is a question of to what extent are they willing to go to back the interests of those corporations.
So you obviously can rationalize that despite the fact you are anti-imperialist, you are encouraging foreign aid from the capitalist countries and financiers that you oppose. You want that aid.
Sure.
And you can rationalize that?
Oh, it's easy to rationalize because...
How so?
Well, like I said, it's a question of whether or not the particular governments in which the corporations are based are willing to use force or to threaten force to back the policies of their corporations. That is the essential dividing line for us. Because after all, there are countries all around the world, in Europe, in North America and elsewhere, that do have big companies investing Not all of them react in the same way.
What do you mean by force? Do you mean a military presence?
A military presence would be included if that military presence is meant to intimidate the people of a particular region.
Are you therefore against President Carter's additional employment of military presence in that area?
Jamaica, Guyana, St. Lucia, Grenada have already come out with a very strong joint statement condemning this new idea. We are against it, yes.
Do you welcome the idea of Soviet troops in the area?
No, we don't welcome any troops in the area. Our position is that the Caribbean should be a zone of peace.
So what do you think the solution is?
I think the solution is for the troops to be removed. All the troops.
How so? What do you think would convince Dr. Castro to do that?
I don't think the immediate issue, quite frankly, is one of Dr. Castro. I think the most immediate issue here is the latest maneuvers by the Americans. And the reason I say this is that President Carter himself, in his speech, has pretty much made it clear that the troops have been there for quite a long time. He says mid-70s, probably earlier. The Cubans, I understand, say since 62. He also says they pose no direct threat to the U.S. or anybody else in the region. Therefore, one has to ask, why then the build-up to this point?
Okay, just briefly, one more question. Your country has just gone through a revolution. You're moving it along towards socialist lines. You do want foreign aid in order to get your country back on its feet again. Why are you here in Canada now?
I am here mainly to speak with your Prime Minister, Prime Minister Clark, tomorrow.
And to ask him what?
Well, to discuss possibilities of technical and economic cooperation, assistance, and aid.
Have you had any indication from our government how forthcoming they would be in that area?
I would not want to make any statement on that until after tomorrow. I think we should wait to see what happens tomorrow.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Prime Minister.
Well spoken, brother. Well spoken. Calmness in voice. Ease. Like some of the things I think he already expected, some of the questions I think he already expected. You know? And he did his best in answering them, and I think he represented
Prime Minister,
that's a perfect representation of a Grenadian right there. Yep. Let's see what else we have. Resilience of Spicer, so 3 Mars Bishop. What is this? Serious? This is a Mars Bishop video? Share your videos with friends and family and the world. I hope this is good.
As we journey through history and examine an era of profound change, the island of Grenada whispers secrets of a turbulent past, a time when its destiny hung in the balance. Welcome to another chapter in Resilience of the Spice Isle. I'm Sherwood McCaskey. Thanks for joining us. This episode discusses the coming of Maurice Bishop, the formation of the New Jewel movement, and it explores the embryonic stages of the revolution. Grenada's journey through pre-revolutionary years was a tapestry woven with aspirations, dreams, and the promise of change. As we recount the events leading to the emergence of Maurice Bishop and the birth of the New Jewel movement, we bear witness to a nation teetering on the precipice of transformation. Historian and anthropologist Dr. Lennox Honeychurch places the events in perspective.
We must remember too that all this time there was the pressure within the press, and it weakened, if you want, the opposition party, which once was made up of the people who once were the kind of dominant section of society. So their children, the children of that dominant sector, during the early 70s, and it happened in Dominica, St. Lucia, wherever, along that chain, went to university, either in Britain, Canada, less so the US, most of them went to Canada. And they got a bit of a shock, because when they arrived in Canada, they had been people of privilege. They had lived in houses with cooks and maids and, you know, their status. They never thought too much about it. But when they went there and they faced things like, you know, color bar and the criticism of black, as somebody said, you know, it's then that we realized that we were black. Before you would say you are mulat or you're light skinned or whatever. But when you got up to the United States, got up to Canada or Britain, it shook you. And of course, we have to understand what was happening there as well. You know, the post-period of Martin Luther King, the rise of Stokely Carmichael, Malcolm X, all of this was going on there. So they were fed with this, and it was an education for them. So by the mid-70s now, they come back down to the islands. And in St. Lucia, in Dominica, in Grenada, they began founding these movements and following dialectic politics, where you have to go into the countryside and talk to the people about changing their lives and improving conditions and so.
I'm sure other parts of the Caribbean have their experiences also, where the young, brilliant minds came back to challenge the establishment.
Pause. Hold up. I can't believe it. I'm sorry, I had to change the topic here a little because I sold this necklace to this man. This is one of my necklaces, chat. This is one of my necklaces. He's wearing one of my necklaces. Hey, yo, that's amazing. I'm reacting to a video where a guy is wearing one of my necklaces, and I didn't even know that was going to happen. W. Francis Urias Peters, Artistic Director, Labucan Creative Center. That is it. That is the boss. Yes, man. Appreciate that, boss. Thank you. And you're looking handsome. It looks good. Looking good, man. Thank you. Hey, yo. That's super cool, man. That's super cool. Looking handsome, Brody. Keep it up. Let's go.
And Maurice Bishop was one of those.
Dialectic politics, where you have to go into the countryside and talk to the people about changing their lives and improving conditions and so.
I'm sure other parts of the Caribbean have their experiences also, where the young, brilliant minds came back to challenge the establishment. And Maurice Bishop was one of those.
Maurice would have been, well, officially born in Aruba, of Grenadian parents.
Maurice Bishop's mother was named Alimenta Lagrenade. Alimenta Lagrenade is the great-great-granddaughter of Louis Lagrenade. Now, who is Louis Lagrenade? Louis Lagrenade was a free-colored. He had become very wealthy. He had become very Anglophone at one point. And he was Roman Catholic for a long time. And then after the repression of the Roman Catholics began after the 1780s, Lagrenade left the Roman Catholic Church and joined the Anglican Church to evade that persecution. And in 1790, when the French Revolution begins to unfold in the French Caribbean, French refugees ended up in Grenada, and they say, look, you French are living very nice on the British world, there are some things we're going to do with you, and so on. And they made what is called a public declaration of loyalty to British rule. 35 leading Frenchmen, among which was Louis Lagrenade, Julien Fédon, everybody else. That's 1790. Now, by 1795, 34 of them joined revolution, chose revolution, and Louis Lagrenade remained pro-British, right? So he becomes hero of the insurrection by the 1800s. In the end, Lagrenade becomes richer because of the revolution led by Fedon. He became richer at least in one part. One part because he and his cousin, the one called Jean-Baptiste Saint Bernard, both of them owned Montgelou estate jointly. But in 1795, Jean-Baptiste Saint Bernard joins Fedon's group. So, Jean-Baptiste Saint Bernard is attainted with high treason in 1795. To be attainted is when what is called judgment by legislation. And they were declared to be guilty of high treason unless they submit to justice by a certain date. Jean-Baptiste may either have been dead by then or he refused to submit to justice. But in the end, I think the British allowed Louis Lagrenade to keep his cousin's half of the estate. So Louis Lagrenade becomes even richer, right? When Maurice returned from Aruba, his education as a member of Grenada's elite began in a serious way. And one of the most important experiences is to visit the tomb of Louis Lagrenade. His tomb is very elaborate. His son built his tomb. If you should see it now, it's about 200 years old now, and it still looks impressive. Now, he died a slave owner. He owned the Mardi Gras estate. He owned the Montgelou estate. He owned ships which plied between Trinidad and Grenada and the rest of the Eastern Caribbean. And he also owned properties in St. George's itself. So he was, even by today's standards, Louis Lagrenade was a wealthy man. And that is what Maurice inherited. Maurice did not have the hang-ups of people of that social class. And that is what endeared him to the people. Now, Louis Lagrenade is his ancestor, right? He's the one who was involved in Fedon's rebellion on the other side. And it appears as though Fedon and Louis Lagrenade were justing for leadership of the free-colored in Grenada. Any event, Louis Lagrenade cast his lot in with the British, and the rest is history. He picked the quote right on quote side. Now, that lived with Maurice basically for most of the rest of his life. I have a friend now, Maurice Patterson, he's now dead. He told me, he says, I tell Maurice, I say, how you could be a revolutionary and your ancestors were anti-revolution and so on. And Maurice Patterson claimed that challenge he put to Maurice earned him a stay up the hill. Up the hill is a euphemism in Grenada for in prison, right? Some argue that it was because he was the scion of a prominent family going back more than 2 centuries that he got this leadership position. And some say no, he was naturally a leader and so on, gifted, and he had the gift of the gab. You ever seen a recording of Maurice Bishop speaking? Electrifying.
For us to have moved forward in our country, to have doubled the number of doctors and quadrupled the number of dentists, and moved from 1 dental clinic to 7 dental clinics, and to have made hospital care and medical care free of all cost for our people, to have introduced a low-income housing scheme, a housing repair program, to be in a position to distribute milk to our people free, to be able, as of 2 months from now, to have secondary education completely free for the first time in the history of our country.
I remember when you would hear Maurice Bishop speak, you would say, goodness gracious, I am proud to be Grenadian. He lifted our spirits, and you felt as if Grenada belonged somewhere in the world, and we had a right to be. You know, when I listen to your own Prime Minister today, it takes me back to the time when I was so proud of mine. I am still proud of mine now. But we went through a period in the Caribbean where we longed for political leadership, a kind of activist foreign policy that really reinforced the fact that we matter to this world, you know, and the Grenada Revolution really did that for me. I'm not surprised that I studied international politics, because as a little girl, my consciousness was heightened during that period. I was learning about apartheid and imperialism at 12 years old. And it really made a difference to my social consciousness.
So he comes from this very prominent Grenadian family going back 200 years. He returns with his family to Grenada right in the middle of that social unrest at which Eric Gary was at the center. So he was about 7 years old at the time and so on. He has another interesting distinction. Today, one of the most prominent banks in Grenada is Grenada Cooperative Bank. It was established in 1932, and his family, from since the early times, were very supportive of the bank. What is important here is that in 1946, one of his aunts living in Grenada purchased shares on Maurice's behalf. So Maurice is at about 2 years and a half. He becomes one of the youngest of the shareholders of Grenada Cooperative Bank. We can see that the family had those aspirations for Maurice. His father wanted him to be a doctor and so on, but he chose law and they respected the decision and he became very prominent. He went to school, he did very well in school.
Maurice would have gone to Presentation College, would have gone off to study law in the UK, and would have been influenced by different personalities of the time. So whether it was Malcolm X, USA, whether it was Fidel out of Cuba, whether it was Nyerere, you have him starting to read and be exposed to a lot of that sort of revolutionary ideas and ideologies.
Maurice was studying, doing law in England at the time when some strange things going on, right? Enoch Powell, Rivers of Blood speech, right? Racial discrimination, and he was subject to that. Now, you would appreciate Britain in the 1960s. Britain is trying to recover from World War II. With all the men being killed during the war, they are looking to rebuild Britain. And as Louis Bennett say, we end up recolonizing Britain. And the British didn't like that one bit. So Maurice had his own strain of Black Power stuff. And then I think that Maurice became familiar with the materialist conception of history whilst in Britain. So he came back a completely different man in 1969, 1970. And he immediately plunged himself into radical politics. So we know in 1970 when Eric Gary said, no, when you leave a house on fire, wet your own, he was involved in that movement, which later became known as the New Jewel movement.
So there would have been at least two opposition parties. A very conservative Grenada National Party headed by Herbert Blaise, who becomes Prime Minister much later on, and the very radical New Jewel movement headed by Maurice Bishop and Ulysses Whiteman and so on at the time. The Jewel Boys, as they were called, they would have been young intellectuals returning to Grenada and of course wanting to make changes at home and recognizing things about the Gary regime that they did not necessarily like or appreciate. So Squandermania, for example, that was one of the things that they were upset about. Our main crops would have been nutmeg, bananas, and cocoa. And it was operated through a cooperative where the farmers came together, formed the cooperative, and sold their nutmegs and sold their cocoa and so on. Gary made efforts to take over those cooperatives. So of course you got pushback from people in that regard. And opposition to him meant violence, unfortunately. So we have the formation of the Mongoose Gang.
It's 1970 because I'm basically a child back in 1970. And in Trinidad, we're having what is called the Black Power Revolution. Gary says, one of the classic folk sayings of our era, he says, your neighbor house on fire, wet your own. To keep the Black Power fire from reaching Grenada, man, I have to put Grenada under manners.
There's actually a quotation by Gary saying that he's going to recruit the roughest roughnecks to assist him if, in other words, people don't want to behave and they don't want to listen.
There was some guys in different parts of the island that were involved in what you call gang warfare. So what Gary did, we had a situation with mongoose infestation. So those guys were then brought in to work in those gangs. But they were so grateful for Gary that they actually formed a natural bond as bodyguards. Yeah? So they were then later on referred to as the Mongoose Gang, that their role was to go around the country to eradicate mongoose from, setting traps and holding mongoose throughout the land, because Grenada still had a lot of cane fields in producing rum in particular, and sugar to a certain, but mainly rum by the time sugar was going out. So their role was to eradicate mongoose. Later on, because of that gratitude, several guys then became a sort of voluntary defense force everywhere Gary go to defend Gary. They became extremely abusive at some time. And I tell you, people saw Gary as a sort of semi-god because Gary had this transfer of wealth. So there was this natural bond and love for Gary by a large number of the populace. So yes, the Mongoose gang went out and terrorized that. Sometimes they were at odds with the police, at sometimes the police turned a blind eye.
And they were basically persons who were given authorization by the government to use violence. For example, the NJM would have had a newspaper. It was called The Jewel. And you hear all these wonderful stories from older people who were part of the process telling you that they had to hide to actually make the newspaper so that Gary's people would not see them. All sorts of hiding in downstairs apartments and that sort of stuff. There was one lady who said the police was knocking on her door, and thank God for long skirts back then, because she put it on a stool, she sat on it, and she had a wonderful conversation with the police officer until he left. But ways of trying to sell the newspaper. So there was one particular gentleman, Jeremiah Richardson, who would have been selling newspaper and was actually gunned down by Gary's Mongoose gang. There were instances of persons' houses being raided and of course searched, people being beaten up because they were anti-Gary and did not necessarily like the way he was doing things.
This St. George's businessman was one of the victims of a recent beating. He told us he was beaten by a gang of men with coconut branches.
So the New Jewel movement used that as a building block to show how, or to say that Gary is, of course, a dictator. Was there abuse taking place? Of course, there was abuse by some of the guys. And then people that were walking the streets sometimes as seen as young men, not always associated with the revolution, were sometimes harassed and beaten by Gary supporters.
He introduces into Grenada's politics collective political violence as a way of dealing with political opposition and issues.
Gary's response to those who opposed him. Meanwhile, a new movement led by Maurice Bishop is being formed.
So NJM, New Jewel movement, would have been the combination of two groups. MAP, Movement for the Assemblies of the People, and Jewel, Joint Endeavors for Welfare, Education and Liberation. Yes, it's a long name.
MAP was an organization that started in the south of the island, St. George, with Maurice Bishop and Kenneth Dix.
The Jewel would have been coming out of the parish of St. David, and the main persons there would have been Unison Whiteman, Teddy Victor.
Now, Jewel was this organization geared for educating the masses, building up libraries, forming agricultural cooperative, challenging the status quo to a certain degree, and then MAP emerged. And there was a major occurrence at La Sagesse. Both organizations came together and they eventually formed what they call the New Jewel movement. It started when they had a trial. They put Gary on a fake trial. That was done in the La Sagesse area. The person that owned was called Lord Brownlow. They barricaded the beach. Now, in our constitution, the beach belongs to Grenadians. Nobody can really own the beach. So they blocked the beach and they had a fake court hearing and they tried Lord Brownlow, and it was then decided that he was guilty. So the people then moved after the trial and they broke down the entrance and liberated the beach. And that formed the New Jewel movement. And from then they start mobilizing. As I said, they had cells and they start mobilizing in the various areas.
When MAP and Jewel joined and became NJM, there were two coordinating secretaries, Maurice and Unison. With time, as the New Jewel changed, the leadership of it would eventually morph into Maurice as Prime Minister and Bernard as Deputy. When the jewel would have been its early stages of the NJM, Bernard Court would not have been physically in Grenada.
Quite interesting. Meanwhile, political independence is imminent, and the new movement continues its opposition to Geary. This time around, it is manifested in the convention at Simon Pavilion on May 6, 1973.
There is the People's Congress at Simon in 1973, and they were marching for what it was anti-colonial because they were discussing independence. And we say, we want no independence, this flag and anthem thing, we want a more meaningful independence. It's almost the same thing that they were doing in 1795. So it is a series of events which the revolutionaries planned, and Bishop and company were involved in it.
And so the New Jewel movement was the springboard that joined with the GNP and started opposing Geary. Remember at the time, Geary came in an era where your very hair, your skin, your nose, you were looked down upon. And not only that, in Grenadian context, the fact that this leader, who was probably darker than I am, he came as the ultimate champion of the people, and that was an insult for some of the elites. So that was one. Secondly, he was a country boy, so that again offered a lot of resistance. The two organizations came together and opposed Geary, and they claimed that probably he had dictatorial tendencies. So Geary did react. There were groups of people that supported Geary that reacted to the opposition. The NJM was a well cohesive group. They adopted or accepted the ideology of socialism, Marxism, Leninism, led by Maurice Bishop, Kenrick Radix, and so on. That ideology was partly, not fully, but partly embraced by the Jewel factor, the Teddy Victor, etc., who later on kind of disassociated with the whole New Jewel and the trust for socialism in Grenada. But by and large, they galvanized a lot of support, and they galvanized a lot of support with some of the youths. So in Grenada, you had that time, I started a dichotomy where you had the older population revered Geary as almost like a semi-god. And then you had the young people who saw him as a dictator. So your parents supported Geary, and the children opposed Geary, and a lot of them supported the New Jewel movement. So that is what was really happening in Grenada in the 1970s. Then they developed cells, and the cells was used as a way to have cadres going out to, in a sense, spread, learn, and then teach the ideology of socialism, Marxism, Leninism. And they had different areas in the country where they would set up cells, and people would go and form study group. And these study group would then try to influence other people into believing. Remember at that time in the same 70s, the New Jewel movement formed a wing, apart from the ideological cells that they developed, they formed a wing called the NLA, National Liberation Army.
Is a very shadowy body, was born out of that security force which was set up to guard and control meetings.
The National Liberation Army would have been the forerunner to the People's Revolutionary Army. So the National Liberation Army would have been men and women who would have been trained, of course, undercover to be able to do the coup d'etat of March 13th. Once the coup d'etat takes place, the National Liberation Army is dissolved, and members of that National Liberation Army, quite a number of them, form the People's Revolutionary Army. There were at least one or two people who did not move on from one to the next, but quite a number of them did that seamless transition from NLE now to People's Revolutionary Army. And Lane would have been one of them.
That period there, just before independence, when you have a meeting, let's say Sotes, the advance party would go up maybe a day or two before, check the place out, where you have to leave your arms and so on, in case of anything, and then you go back. A military operation, basically. So the security may have come from the need to protect the security of the leaders, especially when they came to speak and so on. I came to know people who were involved. The original boy, I think, was 12. They used to call them the 12 apostles.
And 12 of those NLA men went to get military training and they went to Guyana. There were also guys from the Sandinistas that came to Grenada. There was an organization called CLAT, C-L-A-T at that time. And they used to have serious seminars in places called SAMS in the St. Andrew area. Under that umbrella, they brought guys from Nicaragua to have discussion on guerrilla warfare and how to develop socialist cells, etc. So there was actually a dual process of preparing for military activity, but also with a need to arm the population with a political ideology, and that was on socialism. We also had the advent of Rastafarianism. And I believe more than anything else, Rastafarianism played a major role, mainly through music, the reggae music, that was more a liberating factor than socialism itself. Rastafarianism is the only movement that has been formed in recent time that actually did not depend on books or had what you call a pyramidal structure. Rastafarianism was spread through reggae music. The whole ideological context was based on the listening to. And in reaction to what was happening, where our leaders were then identified and was compromised or bribed, Rastafarianism as a movement became a diverse, non-pyramidical structure. So there was no leadership where you could pinpoint that you had to go to that tabernacle or to that church or that person was a prince. So it's the only movement of its kind that was formed since then. There is, when you look at the scene presently, you have not seen anything where music was the medium you used to inform yourself. So Grenadians embraced that.
It facilitated a cultural and spiritual movement that celebrated African heritage and promoted resistance to the cultural imperialism of the colonial past. Resilience of the Spice Isle continues next week at the same time. I'm Sherwood McCaskey. Thanks for your time.
Episode 3. That was episode 3. That was episode 3. Interesting. That was episode 3, guys. Oh yeah, good stuff. Let's see. Peabody Awards. August. Wow. Hey, Luckner. Chat. Welcome back to the stream. Welcome back to the stream. As you can see by the title of this video, let's get straight into reacting to another Morris Bishop video. This one is called The Empty Grave of Comrade Bishop Weaves Together in Intimate Chronicle of a National Mystery and pivotal chapter in Caribbean history. Let's go.
So, since this award is for my island of Grenada, I figured I'd spice it up a little bit and do it in my mother's accent.
Pause, please. I pull up that, and sorry I didn't change the screen, but I'm changing it now. I tell you. Here we go. Enter live screen. And we do it.
So, since this award is for my island of Grenada, I figured I'd spice it up a little bit and do it in my mother's accent. Maurice Bishop, a revolutionary leader and politician who served as the Prime Minister of Grenada over 40 years ago, was executed in 1983, along with 3 cabinet members and 4 supporters. Their remains were never found. Our next Peabody winner delves into the mysterious disappearance of this controversial figure amid a U.S. invasion of the Caribbean nation. It features archival material and voices of family members and Grenadians who lived through the era, shedding light on the impact of American imperialism and Black liberation. Here is the podcast, The Empty Grave of Comrade Bishop.
Do you think it's accurate to say that Maurice Bishop was assassinated during a coup?
Yes, yes. It was a military coup. He was assassinated, cold-blooded. Not only him, there were a number of other ministers. Horrible mistakes that led to horrible crimes. And exactly 1 week later, October the 25th, the U.S. invaded, and as I say, the rest is history.
Accepting on behalf of The Empty Grave of Comrade Bishop is creator and reporter Martine Powers.
Not every journalist has the chance to investigate a story like this one, a 40-year-old mystery on a Caribbean island with revolutionaries and diplomats and scientists and U.S. Army Rangers and a group of very eager high school detectives. So we as a team feel so privileged to have been able to share this reporting. We want to thank the Peabody Awards for this honor. I also want to thank my parents for everything that they did to support this, including letting me record them secretly for the podcast and not getting mad about it afterward. And we want to thank our many sources who made this podcast possible, including Corporal Earl Brown. He's a former intelligence officer for the Jamaican military who is here tonight. We spent 2 years trying to track him down so he could share with us these words that I will remember forever. I know what I saw. We are so grateful to Corporal Brown and to the many other voices, and in particular, West Indian voices, who made this podcast possible. Thank you so much.
Congratulations to her chat. www.stream,
Guys, you know, so I drive past, and I see that gentleman right in the corner here, so.
So
Right in the corner here, so. I'm going to have to stop over there, so guys. And I'm ask you. You alright, my elder?
Yes, you have that, you know.
I want to tell you where you just sit down here, sir.
I'm going to tell them complain, man. Say, I come here, come off.
Somebody knows. Somebody knows. Hey, listen to the Empty Graves podcast, guys. Somebody knows.
So I just want to
Hold on, before we start, let's use the screen and then start.
ask to be clear.
Sure.
Did you ever see the body of Maurice Bishop?
No.
You're sure?
Absolutely.
Did you see Maurice Bishop's body?
No, I didn't see his body.
Not at the fort?
Not at all.
Did you see the bodies of anyone else who?
I didn't see the bodies of anyone else.
Do you remember speaking with any of the people who were involved in looking for Maurice Bishop's remains?
None.
Somebody knows.
Over the past 2 years, I've asked a lot of people some version of this question. What happened to the body of Maurice Bishop and the bodies of the people who died with him?
What do you know?
No, I have no idea.
What do people think happened?
Well, people speculate, people say different things, but the people who are behind it never say, so you will never know.
Going around and asking people about human remains is not usually my thing. Some people listening to this podcast might know me from my day job. I host a daily news podcast at the Washington Post, which is to say, I don't specialize in crime reporting. I'm certainly not a true crime junkie. I mean, I can't even watch CSI without it giving me bad dreams. But then, a few years back, I learned about this mystery on the Caribbean island of Grenada. 40 years ago, Maurice Bishop, the country's beloved prime minister, was executed, along with 7 other people. And to this day, no one can say what happened to their remains. Since I first heard about this mystery, I haven't been able to shake it. So I've been asking questions. At this point, I've interviewed more than 100 people. People who witnessed the killings, people who were convicted of the murders, and others who, for reasons I'll explain later, also have a connection to all this. Soldiers, diplomats, intelligence officers, even a member of the U.S. Congress. Can I ask, what do you think happened to the bodies? If you had to guess, where do you think they are?
I don't know. I mean, I really don't know. I have no idea. I can't even put 2 and 2 together on this.
And these questions I've been asking have led to some strange conversations.
No, the U.S. Navy is not in the body snatching business. I can assure you of that.
Still, I've kept asking because the question of these missing remains matters.
We'd have liked to have a body to bury and to respect. So you live with your pain and sorrow and what have you.
This mystery has been weighing on the family members of these victims for 40 years. It's also left a gaping hole in the psyche of an entire nation. And after 2 years of asking questions, we've gotten some new answers.
Hello?
Hi, my name is Martine Powers. I'm calling from the Washington Post. I'm calling because I'm trying to find a forensic pathologist who was in Grenada in 1983. Is that you?
Yes, it is.
These answers offer new insight into what happened to the bodies and the role that the U.S. government played in shaping this crucial part of Grenada's history.
I've been involved in a lot of investigations, forensic investigations, and criminal investigations, and I can tell you, in my words, this thing stinks.
From the Washington Post, I'm Martine Powers, and this is The Empty Grave of Comrade Bishop.
Episode 1. Before we get any further, I should tell you how this all started. 6 years ago, I got a phone call from my parents that every 20-something dreads. Martz, we are moving to a new place, we are selling our house, and you need to come pick up all your books and stuff that you've left here for the last decade.
Well, that is not accurate, because that makes it sound like it was a spur of the moment decision, which it absolutely was not.
That is my mom, Francine. She's originally from Trinidad, but she spent most of her adult life in Miami, where I grew up. And when she and my dad got to retirement age, they started thinking about making a change. My dad wanted to be somewhere with less traffic and less noise, somewhere with beautiful views. For my mom, it was a little more personal.
I was sort of tired of living in a foreign country, trying to sort of simulate Caribbean life while living in America. I wanted to get back to my own Caribbean roots. I really, quite honestly, wanted to deal with my own Caribbean people.
So my parents decided to relocate to the island of Grenada, this former British colony right at the bottom of the Caribbean where they had some old friends. This island is stunning. Mangoes and cocoa and nutmeg just grow on trees on the side of the road. The beaches have the bluest, clearest water I have ever seen in my life. And when it gets dark out, it's so tranquil. There's just the sound of the breeze and these little frogs that come out at night and chorus all over the island. They're so loud that I can hear them through the phone when I'm talking with my parents.
Right. Because we had reached retirement age, and I always wanted to be back in the Caribbean. I really... Hold a second for me. Joe, Martin is recording something with me. So could you not do the bottle, please?
I share all this with you, including my dad scraping the last bit of horseradish out of a glass jar, because it wasn't until my parents moved to Grenada that I started to learn more about the history of this country. And as part of that, I learned about this radical young lawyer named Maurice Bishop. In the late 1970s, when he was just 34 years old, Bishop led a revolution in Grenada. He overthrew a dictator. He became the prime minister, and he governed for 4 years. I learned about how this prime minister was adored by Grenadian people. Some of them knew him as Comrade Bishop. He identified as a socialist, believing that the government had a responsibility to provide education, healthcare, and jobs to all Grenadian citizens. But he was also controversial. Bishop spoke out against American imperialism. He was close to Cuban President Fidel Castro, who gave Grenada weapons and military training. And that put Bishop and Grenada right at the center of tensions between the US and the Soviet Union during the Cold War. Then came the events of October 19th. You're going to want to remember that date because it's going to come up a lot. On October 19th, 1983, Maurice Bishop was killed. He was shot, execution style, by members of his own army.
Grenada's Marxist Prime Minister Maurice Bishop had been under house arrest by more hardline Marxist military leaders.
3 cabinet members and 4 of his closest supporters were there too, killed in the same way, right next to the Prime Minister.
There, soldiers commanded by Cuban-trained General Hudson Austin shot and killed Bishop and several of his cabinet ministers.
Let me just underline here. The executions took place in the courtyard of a military fort in the heart of Grenada's capital, in broad daylight. Plenty of witnesses saw it happen. Even more heard it happen. Everybody knew who did it. 17 people were ultimately convicted, some for planning the murders and others for carrying them out. They spent more than 2 decades in prison. So there's no question of how this group of people died. And that's part of what makes this all so strange. Because shortly after the executions took place, this fact became clear. The remains of Prime Minister Maurice Bishop and his 7 allies were missing. And like I said before, 40 years later, their remains still have not been recovered. Their families have never been able to bury them or hold a proper funeral. The people who went to prison for their murders say that they don't know what ultimately happened to the bodies. And here's another thing you need to know. 6 days after the executions, the United States launched an invasion of Grenada. I'll explain more about that in just a second, but that's all to say, these bodies went missing during what was almost certainly the most chaotic and frightening week in Grenada's history. The bodies of all 8 people who were executed are unaccounted for, 7 men and 1 woman. And the question of the whereabouts of these bodies has haunted Grenada to this day. The more I learned about all this, the more questions I had, and I wanted to get some answers. My mom warned me that this wouldn't be easy.
By and large, Martha, a lot of people don't talk about it. A lot of people don't talk about all that, you know.
She wasn't wrong. There are a lot of people who don't like to discuss this. But even more people do talk about it. They talk about it a lot.
So right now, we ask to do a roll call, and we're asking everyone, after each name that is called, to say present. And in the meantime...
Last year, around October 19th, 2022, I was in Grenada. I was there to experience for myself this anniversary and how people remembered it.
Evelyn Bullen, manager, M.A. Bullen and Sons Limited Insurance. Jacqueline Kreff, Minister for Education. Norris Bain, Minister for Housing.
I attended a ceremony that's held every year, commemorating the dead. This was at that old colonial fort where the executions took place. I stood right at the site where these people were killed.
As we continue to request for any information, everyone who knows about the bodies of our loved ones, please come forward.
And to me, one of the most revealing parts of that visit happened when I was just at my parents' house. It was Friday night, 8 o'clock. The frogs were chorusing outside. My mom was sitting on the couch watching TV with the volume about 30% too loud. She had the local news on. And then this program started. This is a show on the Grenada Broadcasting Network that comes on every week.
Good evening, everyone, and welcome to We Culture for another Friday, the 21st day of October 2022. Well, hey, I've got a big surprise for you. I've got a co-host. I've got my co-host in studio with me tonight.
Every episode has a topic: sports, music, politics. The host of the program is Godfrey Augustin. There's a panel of guests who join from different places. Viewers call in with their questions and their comments and their complaints.
We have room for the rest. Yes, indeed.
This program is both charming and chaotic in all the ways you'd expect from public access television. So there are people calling in with bad phone connections, people not knowing how to use Zoom. There's a guy standing outside under a street lamp for some reason.
Well, let me say, I'm using the street light just so this fella commented about the telephone pole.
And then they finally get into that evening's topic.
Wow, I am very excited about this evening's program. As the topic says, mystery in our history.
The mystery? It says in a graphic on the bottom of the screen. Quote, "Where are the bodies?"
I was a child around the time of the revolution, and we need some perspective to know as much as possible the facts about everything. Every year we do this program, and it seems like we never get enough.
Yes, indeed. There's a lot, and one of the things that we hear about a lot is the issue of closure. And how would we eventually bring closure to this mystery in our history? And on October 19th was responsible for creating that mystery.
What you don't hear in this program is an explanation of what happened on October 19th. They never even specify what bodies they're talking about because they assume everybody already knows. Instead, the conversation is all about answers, or what the answers might be. No one knows for sure, so what you hear is a lot of theories.
Okay, let's go back to the telephone. We called you. Good evening.
Hello, good evening.
Yeah, good evening, caller.
Yes, it is very strange. There are people in Grenada now who know what happened with the bodies. They must know they were part of the revolution, they were there. So why is it so difficult to get the truth from them? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, caller. Thank you very much indeed. Okay.
All these listeners agree. There must be some conspiracy at work. Someone deliberately disappeared the bodies. But the question is, who and why? People on the show have different positions on that. Some blame the Grenadians responsible for the murder of Maurice Bishop.
So think about a prime minister is being executed. That is a deliberate plan. The person that have the most to gain would be the person that is instrumental in doing that or leading that execution. That is the first point.
So what this guest is saying is that the executioners would have had the most to gain by disappearing the remains, basically getting rid of the evidence of their crime. But most of the people calling in actually believe an entirely different theory about who's responsible.
I'm convinced that the Americans knows about the body, definitely.
It's simple. The United States government knows of the final movement and what happened to the bodies of our leaders in this country.
Okay, as you can tell, people are really heated about this. And I think it's worth sitting with that for a second. So remember that invasion that I mentioned a little earlier? If you are an American under the age of 40, it is highly possible that you have never heard about this invasion. Most older Americans tell me that it's just a vague memory. But for Grenadians, like the man that you just heard, they have never forgotten. 6 days after Bishop and his cabinet members and supporters were executed, people woke up hearing the drone of a U.S. military plane and the sound of helicopters and gunfire. The U.S. was sending in thousands of troops with the goal to restore democracy and protect the lives of a group of Americans living on the island. The fighting lasted just about 3 days. The U.S., assisted by troops from neighboring Caribbean islands, easily overpowered the Grenadian military, which had been backed by a small Cuban force. In reporting this podcast, I've spoken to plenty of Grenadians who were grateful to have the Yankees, as they called them, come in and bring back order. But Grenadians weren't naive. The U.S. was a superpower with its own political motives. And as years went by, many Grenadians became suspicious of whether the U.S. had anything to do with the disappearance of the bodies.
There's been a cover-up on the disposal of the bodies of the people killed there on that.
And that's why you're hearing the people on this TV show get so worked up about this.
The bodies were not buried here at all, but they were taken by the U.S. to some place that nobody knew.
The theory you're hearing from these callers is that at some point during or after the invasion, the American government disappeared the remains of Maurice Bishop and others. The specifics of these allegations range pretty widely. Some people think American troops buried these remains in secret somewhere on the island. Some believe that the U.S. had them quietly cremated or thrown into the ocean. Some even think that the remains of Maurice Bishop and the others were brought back to the U.S. for testing, like still sitting in some lab in Washington or something. But why would the U.S. do something like that? Hide the remains of a prime minister? That was my question the first time I heard these theories. And Grenadians have an answer. because of what Maurice Bishop represented.
Tampered with, and I believe it was a deliberate attempt by the United States government at the time to not have any kind of inkling that a revolution occurred in Grenada, in which you had this man here and this cabinet who were all martyrs. Yeah? Somebody knows.
As I said, Bishop described himself as a socialist who wanted to elevate the working class. But he was viewed by the U.S. government as a threat, a radical allied with the communist Soviet Union. So an underlying theory is that the American government might have been worried that Bishop's grave could become a shrine, or that if there was a big national funeral to lay him to rest, it could turn him into a martyr, inspire his surviving comrades to keep pushing his ideas against imperialism. The example you'll hear Grenadians bring up again and again is Osama bin Laden. The U.S. government knew that a shrine to bin Laden could be dangerous, so they buried him at sea, made sure those remains were never recovered.
Did it all over Latin America. No evidence, no shrine, no martyrs, no enemies. It's as simple as that.
I just want to be clear. What you just heard from the people on this show, this isn't some fringe view. I can say from my many conversations with Grenadians over the last few years that it is a widely held belief that the Americans know where the bodies are. The country's diplomats, journalists, historians, many of them say that they are certain about this. Even the current Prime Minister of Grenada, Decon Mitchell. Do you think that the U.S. has been dishonest about their role in this, or that they've covered up their actions?
Well, the fact that we don't know certainly points to that. I mean, we have to be real. Grenada is a dot compared to the U.S. If you got here in 6 days after the execution of Morris and so on, and if you were able to relatively take control of the island, I think you probably would have some influence as to what would have happened and where the bodies were. So I certainly think they know.
Grenada's leaders have been asking the U.S. government about this in one way or another for 40 years. Since the beginning, the U.S. has consistently denied having any involvement in anything to do with Bishop's remains. When I reached out to the State Department about this, they said what they've said several times over the years. We have no knowledge of or information about the remains of Prime Minister Bishop. In my interviews with people who were in the State Department or the White House or the military back in 1983, they've responded in a similar way. In fact, they think it's kind of ridiculous that the U.S. would care enough about the politics of this island to orchestrate some plot to abscond with the remains of her prime minister. But you need to understand, back in 1983, it was the height of the Cold War. The U.S. was engaged in an existential battle against communism, which was seen as a threat to capitalism and American democracy. Ronald Reagan was in his first term as president of the United States, and he did care about Grenada. He cared a great deal.
Grenada, we were told, was a friendly island paradise for tourism. Well, it wasn't.
And as you'll hear after the break, Reagan was willing to sacrifice American lives, international credibility, and a massive amount of money to influence the future of this place.
We got there just in time.
We'll be right back. It might help to picture how all of this was playing out in 1983. In one corner, there was Ronald Reagan.
My fellow Americans, tonight we're launching an effort which holds the promise of changing the course of human history.
The American president, a conservative former actor and governor. At 72 years old, he was about halfway through his first term as president. In the other corner was Maurice Bishop.
Long live the people of free Grenada!
a black revolutionary in his late 30s. He was the leader of a political party called the New Jewel Movement. It described itself as Marxist-Leninist and was allied with Cuba and the Soviet Union. On March 23, 1983, President Reagan delivered a speech from the Oval Office. It was broadcast live on national television, 8 p.m. on a Wednesday, right after Family Feud.
My fellow Americans, thank you for sharing your time with me tonight. The subject I want to discuss with you, peace and national security, is both timely and important.
Later, people nicknamed this address Reagan's Star Wars speech. That night, Reagan was laying out an argument to increase military spending.
That budget is much more than a long list of numbers. For behind all the numbers lies America's ability to prevent the greatest of human tragedies and preserve our free way of life in a sometimes dangerous world.
Among other things, Reagan wanted to spend billions on new technology that would zap nuclear missiles out of the sky. Hence the Star Wars reference. The message was, if I can paraphrase Reagan here, the U.S. military needs to get its mojo back.
It is part of a careful long-term plan to make America strong again after too many years of neglect and mistakes.
It had been almost a decade since the end of the Vietnam War. The U.S. was still hurting from that loss against communism. And now it seemed that the Soviet Union was gaining ground in the Cold War. They were building more weapons and sending those weapons to allies all over the world, including countries in America's backyard.
They're spreading their military influence in ways that can directly challenge our vital interests and those of our allies.
The Soviets had sent missile launchers to leftist revolutionaries in Nicaragua. They'd sent warplanes to Cuba, America's closest enemy. And then, about halfway through the speech, a photo comes up on the screen. An aerial photo of a runway. 2 long strips of asphalt stretching diagonally across the screen.
On the small island of Grenada, at the southern end of the Caribbean chain, the Cubans, with Soviet financing and backing, are in the process of building an airfield with a 10,000-foot runway. Grenada doesn't even have an air force. Who is it intended for?
Imagine, at this point, a lot of Americans watching this broadcast had likely never heard of Grenada before, or they had it confused with Grenada, which is a city in Spain. So not only were they finding out that this island at the bottom of the Caribbean was, in fact, a country, they were learning that the highest levels of the U.S. government thought that this country was a threat. An airfield was being built by hundreds of military construction workers sent over from Cuba. This airfield could be used to bring in Soviet weapons and planes.
The Soviet-Cuban militarization of Grenada, in short, can only be seen as power projection into the region, and it is in this important economic...
This was genuinely worrying to a lot of Americans. They remembered what took place 2 decades earlier, the Cuban Missile Crisis, when the Soviets sent nuclear missiles to Cuba. For a couple of weeks, it seemed like the U.S. and the Soviet Union were headed for nuclear war, until the Soviets agreed to remove those missiles. So if something similar was brewing in Grenada, that could be very dangerous for the U.S.
The rapid buildup of Grenada's military potential is unrelated to any conceivable threat to this island country of under 110,000 people, and totally at odds with the pattern of other Eastern Caribbean states, most of which are unarmed.
The fact that Reagan was talking about Grenada in a primetime speech on national television was a big deal. And it was a major escalation of Reagan's disapproval of what was going on in Grenada. The year before, in a speech in Barbados, Reagan had said that Grenada was helping to, quote, spread the virus of Marxism. And then, in a speech to the National Association of Manufacturers,
I know a good many people wonder why we should care about whether communist governments come into power.
Reagan brought up again this country that, up until recently, was only known for exporting nutmeg.
Grenada, that tiny little island.
By the way, it's never just Grenada, right? Like, it's always tiny Grenada or little Grenada, Grenada in America's backyard.
That tiny little island is building now, or having built for it, on its soil and shores, a naval base, a superior air base, storage bases and facilities for the storage of munitions, barracks and training grounds for the military. I'm sure all of that is simply to encourage the export of nutmeg.
And that's why, by this point, the U.S. government had taken steps to punish Grenada. They'd cut off diplomatic ties. They'd refused to recognize Grenada's ambassador to the U.S. They put a pause on economic aid to Grenada, and then they pushed international banks to also stop giving them money.
It isn't nutmeg that's at stake in the Caribbean and Central America. It is the United States' national security.
Of course, this rhetoric from Reagan wasn't just for Americans. Prime Minister Maurice Bishop was hearing this message too. I asked somebody in Bishop's government about how it felt to be on the receiving end of all this.
We're very small. How could we possibly pose a threat?
But what about the airport?
All right, what about the airport?
Don Rojas served as Bishop's press secretary during this period, and Don remembers feeling outraged.
The airport was being built for civilian purposes only, all right? And it proved to be the case, all right? They claimed that we were also building submarine bases in Grenada. There's absolutely no evidence of that. We in Grenada were the victims of disinformation 40 years ago, coming from the U.S. government.
To many Grenadians, Reagan's statements seemed like direct threats. But at least in public, Bishop played it cool.
His reaction was, all right, well, we'll fight those SOBs kind of thing. You know? We'll take them on, small as we are. We will not compromise our dignity and our independence and our self-respect. That was his fighting response. And that was a way, of course, to also inspire us, those close to him, to stiffen our backs against this kind of pressure coming from the U.S.
So he says Bishop came up with a strategy on how to deal with this pressure. They would make a visit to the U.S. for a kind of PR campaign, speak with influential groups, get out Grenada's side of the story, and hopefully get a meeting with Reagan, sit down face-to-face, president to prime minister for the very first time, and just talk things out, de-escalate.
Exactly. Lower the temperature. Absolutely.
So if you were able to meet with Reagan in June of 1983,
right,
with all that stuff in your head,
what would we have said to him? Nothing to fear. We want to have cordial diplomatic relations with you based upon certain fundamental principles. You don't mess with what we're doing in Grenada. We're not going to mess with what you're doing in the U.S. Grenada doesn't pose a threat to the United States or to its so-called vital interests.
So Bishop, Don, and a delegation from Grenada went to Washington. But he did not meet with you.
Did not meet. He shunned us. Even the Secretary of State, we said, all right, if we can't meet with the President, we meet with the Secretary of State. They also denied us a meeting.
They did end up getting a meeting later with a deputy secretary in the State Department, along with a national security advisor. What they were told was, this is American policy. There would not be a higher-level meeting until Grenada cut ties with Cuba, which Bishop was not going to do. During this trip, the Grenadian contingent also went to New York City. And there, a lot of people wanted to get some face time with the Prime Minister of Grenada. An event was set up where people could hear him speak. It was held in an auditorium at Hunter College on the Upper East Side of Manhattan.
The event itself was completely sold out, standing room only, and there was an overflow into the street. So they had to put up loudspeakers outside there must have been several hundred people who could not get into the auditorium, waiting outside and listening to the speech.
By the time Maurice Bishop took the mic in that auditorium, he was no longer in diplomacy mode. He was ready to throw some punches.
Greetings from the free people of revolutionary Grenada.
I've watched this speech dozens of times. It's his most famous address. And you can see and hear the qualities that made him someone that people were willing to follow. There's Bishop, standing at a lectern on the stage of this auditorium, members of his government behind him. Hanging above the stage was a big sign. Welcome, Prime Minister Maurice Bishop. Grenada is not alone.
And may I also, right at this very beginning, say how very, very pleasant it is to be in this great hall where there are so many of our sisters and brothers. And I will certainly report your warmth, your enthusiasm, and your revolutionary support for our process when I return.
From the moment you see him on stage, it's clear. Whatever the look is that you need to be a successful politician, this guy has it. You know, he kind of reminds me of that actor from that TV show Atlanta, Lakeith Stanfield.
He had a commanding presence. He was, a good-looking guy with a small afro, light skin in color. He was probably 6'2", 6'3". He was impeccably dressed.
Were you there for that? Were you in the room for that speech?
I was sitting right up in the front row. This was, in the eyes of the Grenadian and Caribbean diaspora community in New York, this was a truly historic event.
There were all sorts of people in this audience. Students, activists, diplomats, young guys with dreadlocks, old women in church hats, almost everybody black.
And I recall seeing people just spontaneously jumping to their feet and applauding and clapping at certain lines in his speech, particularly the more militant lines,
As Bishop gazed out at the masses with a little smile on his face, you could tell that he knew. This was his crowd. And this was his opportunity to set the record straight on all these allegations made by President Reagan.
This other allegation concerns the question of our international airport project. This one is, of course, the most comical one of all. According to the formulators of this famous theory, Grenada's international airport is now going to become a military base and will now become a strategic jump-off point from where we can launch an attack on the great, big, powerful, mighty United States. It looks like if we have become a superpower. But the reality of the airport, of course, is well known to all those who make those statements. This airport is an ancient dream of the people of our country.
Bishop explained that Grenada needed to increase tourism. There was an existing airport, yes, but the runway there was too short for any aircraft bigger than a prop plane to land. And yes, as Reagan said, this new airport was double in size. But the standard required length worldwide for any international airport was 10,000 feet.
They have produced manuals saying what length of strip is required if their planes are to land. So unless we born big and stupid, you can't expect us to put down a strip that planes that can carry people, normal jet planes, won't be able to use.
Unless we born big and stupid. I love that line because it's how Caribbean people actually talk to each other.
And therefore, what we want to do on the 13th of March itself is to open our international airport on that
day. To have this room of people cheer like that for an airport, there is something else going on here. Because for the people in the audience, this wasn't about some big construction project. This was about Bishop, and it was about a revolution, a vision of what Black power could really look like. That revolution led by Bishop, it happened in 1979, 4 years before this speech. And there's a lot to unpack, which we'll do more in the next episode. But what you need to know now was that the vast majority of Grenadians were the Black descendants of enslaved people. And they were still very poor, part of the legacy of colonialism.
Unemployment, hunger, malnutrition, disease, illiteracy. These are the crimes and the sins that are visited upon the poor developing countries of the third world, while the industrialized countries continue to exploit our resources and to keep the profits.
But since Bishop's new government had taken over, that was starting to change. Rather than relying on food imported from other countries, Grenadians were growing more of their own food, investing in new farming techniques, increasing production and exports, raising the GDP by 25% in 4 years.
And by this time, the experts were saying that is impossible. You don't have the resources, you don't have the management, you don't have enough tractors, you don't have enough trucks, you don't have enough engineers. You can't possibly do it. And then we gave them the secret. We told them that in a revolution, things operate differently in the normal situation.
Grenada had also found friends who were willing to help, Cuba in particular.
We see Cuba as part of our Caribbean family of nations.
The Cuban president, Fidel Castro, saw Bishop as a son. Castro provided military support, but his government also sent over people to help Grenada, teachers and doctors and nurses, and yes, airport construction workers. Because of all this change, many Grenadians began to have hope for the future. The government started to provide free education and affordable health care.
It wasn't socialist yet. It was developing. It was on a path towards socialism.
Unemployment rates began to go down. Literacy went up. Poor people could now afford regular checkups with a doctor, which, as Bishop pointed out, was not the case in the U.S. And that, Bishop said, was the truth, why the American government was so worried about Grenada. Not because of an airport, not because of Cuba, not even because of communism or socialism, but because, in the words of Maurice Bishop, Grenada showed that Black people could do well for themselves without bowing to the power of the United States. They didn't need to play by America's rules to succeed. He really hammers this point home in this one part of the speech where he talks about what he calls a secret State Department file. Before I play this chunk for you, I should tell you that we asked the State Department's Office of the Historian if this report actually exists. They said they didn't have information on that question. We also requested it under the Freedom of Information Act. The estimated date when the State Department said they'd get back to us is January of 2025. So we're waiting. But Bishop describes this supposed file to the audience in great detail.
There's an interesting one that we saw very recently in a secret report of the State Department. I want to tell you about that one, so you can reflect on that one. That secret report made this point, that Grenada is different to Cuba and Nicaragua, and the Grenada Revolution is in one sense even worse, I'm using their language, than the Cuban and Nicaraguan revolutions, because the people of Grenada and the leadership of Grenada speaks English and therefore can communicate directly to the people of the United States. I can see from your applause, sisters and brothers, that you agree with the report. But I want to tell you what that same report also said, and said that also made us very dangerous. And that is that the people of Grenada and the leadership of Grenada are predominantly Black. They said that 95% of our population is Black, and they had a correct statistic. And if we have 95% of predominantly African origin in our country, then we can have a dangerous appeal to 30 million Black people in the United States.
Bishop was tapping into something powerful. He was challenging centuries of white supremacy. He represented what it meant to be a black person striving for something more and demanding something more. It's why Grenada meant so much to so many black people in the Caribbean and in America and around the world. This embodiment of pride and success and power. This vision of what a black country could make for itself in a post-colonial world.
They like to talk a lot about backyard and front yard and lake. Grenada ain't nobody backyard and in part of nobody lake.
Four and a half months later, Maurice Bishop was dead. 17 Grenadians would be convicted for his murder.
Yeah, October 1983 is when he was assassinated.
Do you think it's accurate to say that Maurice Bishop was assassinated during a coup?
Yes. It was a military coup. He was assassinated, cold-blooded. And not only him, there were a number of other ministers of his cabinet who were with him at the time. Horrible mistakes that led to horrible crimes. And exactly 1 week later, October the 25th, the U.S. invaded. And as I say, the rest is history.
Early this morning, forces from 6 Caribbean democracies and the United States began a landing or landings on the island of Grenada in the Eastern Caribbean. We have taken this decisive.
United States paratroopers have invaded Grenada with helicopter gunships. Our armed forces are engaging them in fierce battle. All Grenadians report immediately to our respective militia bases.
It didn't last very long, a few days. I mean, and things were under control militarily. I mean, how could you possibly put up a lengthy resistance to the strongest military force on the planet?
How soon did people realize, wait, these remains, nobody has them, nobody knows where they are?
Yeah. It took a few weeks after things settled down, and I must say that the effort to find them and to bury them in a proper and respectful manner in Grenada is an effort that is ongoing. You know, there is no burial ground anywhere in Grenada at the moment where you could say, well, this is where Maurice Bishop lies.
I mean, how much do you think about those families that have been waiting for 40 years to get some answers?
I mean, it must just be horribly painful for them. This is a question that will remain hanging without an answer. And I don't think that it is fair to the Bishop family, those that are still living, to all of Bishop's supporters in Grenada and around the world, and to the Grenadian people at large. I think this needs to be put to rest. And I hope it does. The time has come, in my view, for us to bring closure to this and to provide Bishop's life and legacy with a proper memorial. The time has come. It's long overdue.
Next time on The Empty Grave of Comrade Bishop, we'll hear from some of those families, and we'll go back to the beginning of the revolution and tell you the story of Maurice Bishop's rise to power.
Amazing podcast. Thank you. Super, super amazing podcast. W's in the chat. W's. These are some of the bracelets I've made inspired by Grenada's independence. 20. Well, not bracelets yet. because I ain't finished them as yet, but you can see you can see the progress. Which one is your favorite? This is new. First time I ever do anything like this. Which one is your favorite? Paracord mixed with recycle plastic cord. Which one is your favorite, chat? Plain black, classy black, or the ice green and gold with the black? Red, yellow, green, and black. Which one is your favorite? Type 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. This one and this one is a thicker version. So 5 and 6 is small and thick. The thickest and the least thick. Then we have 7. Then we have 8. 7 is a nice one. You mix like a little piece of ice gonna go with the majority of it is black. You like? W's. Like, share, subscribe, turn on post notifications. These are all the bracelets I've made so far. Let me know what you think. Well, I'll complete them. I don't think I'll be able to complete them in the stream because this stream has been going almost 4 hours. I don't want to make it too long, and so I'm gonna end this part here. I'm gonna see y'all there tomorrow for the conclusion, of how these will look. Anticipate, chat. Yeah, dig. Yeah, buddy. So, before we go, y'all know what time it is. Y'all know what time it is, man. Come on. You gotta do Roblox. You kidding me? You gotta do Roblox. You gotta do Roblox. Yeah. Roblox. Yeah. Who's ready for the last stretch? Hopefully we have about 20 minutes playtime. What? Cancel. I was going to run Roblox player. I guess I was going to do the wrong thing because I was supposed to run the Roblox Studio. It'll load up soon. You'll play at about half an hour minutes of game time. Because after work, is play. We had to play a game inspired by Morris Bishop. Y'all are thinking no, huh? Chat? I'm really thinking no. What game should I play inspired by the great Honorable Morris Bishop? Is there a chat? Should I type revolution in the chat? Attack of Titan. Attack on Titan Revolution. Napoleonic Wars. Revolution.
is number one. So let's see what it's all about. What? Freedom? Leave? Why? Why do I have to leave? God damn it. Video description. My goodness. God damn. So hot in here. God damn. So hot in here. What the hell? I am so hot in here. Who is ready for the game? Let's play. Who is ready for the game? Let's play. Others got kicked out to player. Gotta try here. Napoleon Wars. Let's play Napoleon Wars. Baby. Baby. Interesting. I'm gonna have fun. I'm ready. I hope you are. Okay then. I don't even know what I pressed. That's crazy. Hey, by the way, I was vlogging. Let me see if this thing done. I should As it should. As it should. It shouldn't be vlogging at all. As it should. Attackers, visitors, defenders. Vive l'empereur! Bishop is a defender, so we are defending. So, now what do we have? Who do we finish? Anybody know?
Vive l'empereur! Vive l'empereur! Vive l'empereur! Vive l'empereur! Vive l'Empire! Vive l'empereur! En avant! Vive l'empereur! Vive l'empereur! Vive l'empereur! Vive l'empereur! Vive l'empereur!
Let's win a war, let's win a battle. Come on, man. Guys, like the video, sub up. If you're watching on Twitch, use Amazon to get more and more free. No eyes on Amazon. Use Amazon to subscribe. Twitch, you can use Amazon to subscribe. No eyes. No eyes. So actually, what do you click? You click this, right? Right. Alright. Teleport. Alright. Success. Defenders. Terms and outfits. What happens on the front?
Vive l'empereur! Vive l'empereur! Endure eternal! Vive l'empereur! Vive l'empereur! Per la gloria! Endure eternal! Vive l'empereur! Polska nie zginęła! Vive l'empereur! Per la gloria! Endure eternal!
Za wolność, naszą i waszą.
Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you too.
Vive l'empereur!
Nice to meet you too. Fully defended.
Vive l'empereur!
Guys, come have a seat with me. Come have a seat with me, guys. Come have a seat with me.
Je was to zaboli, kanalie!
Guys, come have a seat with me. Come chill, guys. Come have a seat.
Vive la patrie! Vive l'empereur! À l'attaque! On va le
Vive l'empereur! Soyez courageux! La garde meurt, mais ne se rend pas! Chargez! La garde meurt, mais ne se rend pas! Per la gloria! Hoera! Someday of Shechene! Gloria a Marte! En avant! Vive l'empereur! Vive l'empereur! Vive l'empereur! La garde meurt mais ne se rend pas! La garde meurt mais ne se rend pas! À l'attaque! Per la gloria!
Bóg jest z nami!
Vive la France! Vive l'empereur! Vive l'empereur! Préparez-vous!
All'attacco!
Vive l'empereur! À l'attaque!
Meglio la morte che il disonore!
Vive l'empereur!
Gloria o morte!
Vive l'empereur! Préparez-vous!
Per la gloria!
À la victoire! Vive la patrie! Vive la France! La garde meurt mais ne se rend pas! Vive l'empereur! Chargez! Vive l'empereur! La garde meurt mais ne se rend pas! Vive l'empereur! Vive la France! Vive l'empereur! Soyez courageux!
Where's the body? Where's Mars Bishop's body?
Préparez-vous! Vive l'empereur!
To purge the malfeasance!
Vive l'empereur! Préparez-vous! Vive l'empereur!
Zwycięstwo Galicji!
Do boju! En avant! Victoria! Iuris! Victoria! Bóg jest z nami! En avant! Andor Eternal! Vive l'empereur! Vive l'empereur! Za ojczyznę! Vive l'empereur! Vive l'empereur! Meglio la morte che il disonore! Soyez courageux! Victoria! Vive l'empereur! Vive l'empereur! Hurrah! Vive l'empereur! En avant! Vive l'empereur! Vive l'empereur! Vive l'empereur! Andor Eternal! À la bataille! Vive l'empereur! Vive l'empereur! Vive l'empereur! Vive l'empereur! En avant! Per l'onore e la
Naprzód,
gloria!
bracia, do szarży!
Vive l'empereur! Andor Eternal! Way forward is paved with glory! Vive l'empereur! Per l'onore e la gloria!
Dla Kaisera!
Dio Salo Era! En avant!
Za mną, bracia, naprzód!
Sinte crece!
words again. Let's try. For the 6 people I'm putting here. Request, tagging, teleport, alright.
Yeah!
Let's go back. Back. Hey bro, what's up? Let's see what's looking for the body. Hey bro, what's good? Hey bro. What's up? Let's go, let's go. Come on. Let's go. I'll follow you. Let's go. Let's go, I'll follow you. Let's go, bro. Oh, do you want to play the game? I don't know. I don't know, bro. I don't know. I'm looking for artificial body. I'm looking I'm looking for more artificial body. Where did you go? Where did you go? Oh shit.